Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this meeting of the Southdown National Park Authority's Planning Committee. My name is Heather Baker, and I'm the chairman of the committee. First and foremost, can you all hear me? Or can anybody not hear me, is perhaps a better question. Good. Before we start this meeting, I'd like to welcome two new members to the committee, who are Joan Gretsch and Tim Burr. Welcome to this committee. I hope you enjoy being with us and contribute appropriately, of course. The Planning Committee is not a public meeting. It's a meeting held in public. The purposes of the meeting is for the committee members to listen to the officers' presentations and the public speakers before debating the issues and coming to a decision on the items on today's agenda. I'd like to remind all members and any members of the public present that the park members have a primary responsibility for ensuring that the authority furthers the national park purposes and duty. Members regard themselves first and foremost as members of the authority and will act in the best interests of the authority and of the park, rather than as delegates representing the interests of their appointing authority or any other interest group. During the meeting, you may see members using their tablets or phones. Please be assured this is to review background information such as the local plan, maps or plans of the application under consideration, or other associated planning documents. To minimise disruption, can I ask you to all turn your mobile phones to silent, please? And can I remind members and officers to speak clearly and directly into the microphone, bringing the microphone forward if necessary. Now, please also note that agenda items 13 and 14 have been withdrawn from this agenda. I believe all the members were informed of that a couple of days ago. Good. So, on to the agenda. Item 1, apologies for absence. I have apologies from Gary Marsh and John Highland. Declarations of interest. Do any members have any declarations? Oh, quite a lot. Debbie.
Thank you, Chair. As a Hampshire County Councillor, I have interest in items 7, 8, 9 and 10. And as Hampshire County Councillor and a Bramshott and Liphook Parish Councillor, I have an interest, public service interest in item 6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a prejudicial interest to declare in respect of item 12, as the applicant is Lewis District Council, which is the body that I represent, and therefore I will leave the meeting for the duration of that item. Right,
thank you. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I have a personal interest in item 6 via a slight connection with the Forestry Commission. And for item 11, I have a range of personal and pecuniary interests, and having sought advice on those interests, it's been determined that I should perhaps leave the meeting for item 11.
Thank you. Robert.
Thank you, Heather. Public service announcement that items 7, 8, 9 and 10 are all in East Hampshire, and I represent East Hampshire District Council on this body. I've also got an announcement on page number 6. One of the speakers is a fellow East Hampshire District Council councillor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Complete? Good, thank you. So we'll move to the minutes of the previous meeting, which was held on the 12th of June. I plan to take these as read unless anybody has any comments they'd like to make. No? Thank you. Item 4, which is updates on the previous committee business. Rob? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, been very busy since May committee. We have had 5 decisions that we've issued in relation to applications that members considered over time. Firstly, one which was some considerable time ago, Square Field at Petworth, which was for 32 dwellings. It's taken a significant period to sort of negotiate and find water neutrality solutions and affordable housing matters to be negotiated, but the decision has now been issued on the Petworth application. Lodge Hill Education Centre, if you remember that, for the 4 dwellings, that decision has been issued. It took a little while to negotiate on water neutrality issues. Buckmore Farm, Petersfield, which we considered in April, that was the application for the access, the reserved matters application, that has now been issued. Lancing College, which we considered in May, that was issued pretty soon after committee on that one, so that was been approved. And finally, the one which we considered at May, where a 1-year temporary approval was given for Matterley Farm, the Section 106 was secured. and the decision was issued on the 30th of June before any sort of operational activities began on site. Just a little bit of information with regard to the Section 106. I know you'll probably be interested with regard to that. Firstly, we did take legal advice as we engaged in negotiations with the applicant concerning the matter of biodiversity net gain. And the legal advice was that we shouldn't sort of be seeking biodiversity net gain for a one-year temporary approval. So on that, in that respect, we weren't able to secure biodiversity net gain, the usual requirements that you would as far as that's concerned. Notwithstanding, we were able to gain a number of mitigation issues in relation to the site regarding bird owl boxes, and we actually got over and above the mitigation that was required. So we actually got enhancement in relation to that, over and above the number of boxes for that. There are a lot of woodland enhancements, planting of native trees, removal of non-native invasive species, thinning of canopy to encourage shrub layer. So a number of other elements within the 106 that would be considered as enhancement. Naturally, we had to be proportionate given that it was a one-year permission. There were also some amendments to the conditions, which we did appreciate and acknowledge at committee that that would need to be a case because it was a one-year temporary permission. But it was issued on the 30th of June. I would say that the 106 agreement and the biodiversity net gain landscape ecology mitigation management plan is available online if you wish to view it, which will give you all the details with regard to that. I hope that's sufficient to help you and assist you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rob. That's very comprehensive. Tim.
Thank you. Having just heard about all the permissions we've issued, we've also had one decision quashed. Members might recall that the North Street Quarter decision was accidentally issued without the relevant Section 106 and other bits tied in. The only way you can get round that is to go to the courts and get the decision quashed. I'm delighted to say that has now happened. So everybody is now working on the legal agreement and the planning permission so that we can issue it correctly in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I have a couple of members who'd like to speak. Janet.
Probably, Chairman, not necessary, but because Squarefield, Petworth, it's part of my division, and I thought I'd just mention it as a...
Thank you. Antonia.
Yes, this is about the Boomtown application. I looked at the BLEMP plan and noted that it says that there's no local nature recovery strategy for Hampshire. In fact, a draft LNRS for Hampshire has been published, and that will need to be taken into account when you consider the BNG and Section 106 for the longer application that we expect to come forward. And just more generally on the point of proportionality, I take the point that with a one-year permission only, there's a limit to what you can ask for. However, if, as we expect, there will be an application for a 5-year permission, then I think the committee would expect a proportionately much greater expectation in terms of BNG and other nature protections.
Yes, that will certainly have to come in at a further application. We haven't got it yet. We'll see what happens when it comes in. Paul.
I'd certainly agree with that. I think we found ourselves in a very difficult position at our last meeting. And I hope the lesson from that is we should try and avoid that again. I don't think it was very satisfactory to be presented with an application where the BLEMP, as we might call it, was so critical and yet was not complete and could not be inspected by the committee.
I think it's fair to say, Paul, that the officers have been working very closely with Boomtown almost constantly. And had been working very hard to not have this situation happen, but these things happen from time to time, and we had to make a decision.
My point was going to be that, we've now got a year ahead, and now could we perhaps agree a timetable with the applicant?
Well, that's exactly what the officers have been trying to do over a long period of time, and they will still be trying to do it for next year. It's a very unsatisfactory situation. to have this happen at the last minute, and we're all aware of that. Alan?
Not on Boomtown, but on North Street Quarter. I think it's obvious, but I presume that was an agreed quashing order. It wasn't something that anyone was opposing. I think I read something previously saying that was likely, but presumably it was not no one contesting the quashing. Everybody accepted that. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. That's right, Alan. It was discussed before, and that was the way out of the situation, which was the most efficient and appropriate. Right, so that's, and no urgent items coming forward, no, good. So we can move straight into development management. And the first application is change of use from forestry to a sang at Iron Hill, Fernhurst. So Richard is going to take us through the papers. Richard.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. Before I start my presentation, I would like to draw members' attention to the update sheet. There are a few updates there to the report. It is accompanied by some officer commentary, which I won't go into, but obviously happy to answer questions. Just by way of introduction, my presentation will cover site and surroundings, the proposals overarchingly, as well as matters of some detail. That includes principles around the use, scale and location. We'll be focusing on the landscape character and ecology considerations, but I'm very cognizant that there is a breadth of other considerations, including third-party representations, covered in the report, and obviously happy to answer questions on those matters afterwards. So the site at Iron Hill is a 34-hectare open access land on the southeast edge of Liphook, and it comprises a mix of heathland, coniferous plantation, managed by Forestry England or Forestry Commission, as well as some broadleaf woodland. It is used for recreation and forestry activities, and those would continue in the proposals. And there is also a car park in the northwestern corner. You can see Iron Hill identified there. The plan identifying the yellow sort of areas, that's the Wealdon Heaths SPA, which obviously is a sort of key consideration in regard to that designation and the need to mitigate against development. There is a larger copy of that in Appendix 2 of the report. We also have Hollycombe House and Gardens, which is referenced in the report, and the yellow line demarcates the boundary of the national park, so you can see it sort of closely aligns with the edge of Liphook. So we're right on the edge here. The site is also owned by Forestry England, and there is a timber yard that's used along with some commercial activity. I thought it was important to show members current accessibility into the site. So the car park is identified with the red arrow, and that's the primary means of access, really. And the blue indicates we have a bridleway running down through the site, that southern edge. We also have the Serpent's Trail navigating through the heathland, and these also link into the wider area. So there is some permeability with the site and the wider surroundings. There is also a link here through to Highfield Road. Also in this aerial you can see some of the extent of heathland, as well as the sort of predominant conifer plantation. This is the aforementioned car park. I think the thing to note here is that there is an existing metal gate along with fencing and signage, etc. That's the location of the proposed kissing gate and dog bin and information board that's within the scheme. This is just a photo set back from that view, just to give you an impression of the car park as a whole. It's estimated, or its capacity is sort of 15 spaces, but clearly they're not demarcated on the ground. And then further up from the car park, this is the main access into the site. Leading from that main access, this is the bridleway and the main forestry track along the southern edge of the site. This photo is also important insofar as part of the proposals involve fencing along this left-hand side of the access track to demarcate pedestrians from forestry traffic. And that was part of Natural England's requirements in terms of the proposed infrastructure. The southern photo is taken from the Serpent's Trail, and really the primary purpose is to show some of the wider heathland and character of the site. You can see the coniferous plantation in the background. What you do see here and elsewhere on site to varying degrees is that the heather or the heathland is quite overtaken by scrub and birch saplings, and overall it is accepted that that heathland is in fact poor and fragmented condition as it is today, and also to the extent that the National Park through the Heathlands Reunited project did invest within the site back in 2019 in terms of rangers clearing the site as best they could with the resource available at that time. This is just to give you an indication. I know we saw various paths on site, but it's just to highlight the varying character of accessibility we have across the site. So you have some of those more sort of open paths, as well as desire lines that have been created over time. That's one through the heathland, again the Serpent's Trail, as well as some smaller low-key wooded paths as well. So there is a bit of a variety there. As an overview of the proposals, and just to be clear on what's proposed and for members' consideration, the purpose of the proposed SANG is to act as mitigation land for increased recreational pressure from new development within the vicinity of the Wilden Heaths SPA. In this instance, that does relate to the Chiltley Lane scheme just outside of the park on that southeast edge of Liphook, which is under consideration by East Hampshire District Council planners. The use proposed here is to consider the site as suitable alternative natural green space, or SANG, and that's a formal designation of the use of the land that would be secured in the Section 106, and that involves continuing the ability to use the site recreationally and to continue the forestry activities. And then there is a host of physical works which are a product of Natural England's own requirements for land to be designated as SANG. I'd like to take members through the extent of paths that exist on site. The dark black lines are existing main forestry tracks, and the dotted black lines are the desire lines that exist at the moment. Where we have on this plan, it says created footpaths of 839 metres as part of the proposals. Created is a little bit misleading insofar as much of it utilises the existing path network and some of the desire lines. So it's not wholesale creation of new paths, cutting swathes through the site. So for instance, this blue dotted line is a desire line, and that would be one that would be formalised. There is an extent of desire line here that would be formalised, and that would be path there. And again, this is quite informal. As part of those routes, there would also need to be a degree of ground truthing to avoid loss of trees that contribute to the site's character. There would also be a waymarked trail, which I'll come on to. So the outline in pink is the 2.5 kilometre circular route that Natural England require as part of SANG mitigation. And as you can see, comparing it to the plan in the bottom right, it does relate to much of the forestry tracks, as well as some of those desire lines. The dotted yellow one is the shorter, about 1.5 kilometre route that Natural England also outline in some of their guidance, just to give people the option of a shorter or longer route around the site. Turning to the proposed physical works, what's proposed is an element of fencing. As outlined in the report, there would be the kissing gate and fencing at the car park to separate pedestrians from the commercial traffic, but also to enclose the site a bit more in terms of dogs being let off leads. There would also be a dog bin, an information board. These are examples. Dog bin and information board in the car park as well, the details of which would be secured by condition. And then, 12 waymarker posts are also proposed around the site. And again, these would be fairly low level and timber with the sort of directional discs that we see on other waymarkers. And in terms of Natural England's requirements, they very much align with that in terms of the need for fencing, dog bins, information boards, again, that path network. This is an example included in the SANG management plan that outlines that perhaps where you have some of the arguably wetter and sort of boggier areas, there may well be some timber edging and maybe some surfacing just to help with accessibility there. But otherwise, much of the routes, particularly the desire lines, would just be opened by about 1 metre and cleared. So there's not a great, if at all, importation of material for a sub-base for any of the paths. As I said, it's by and large using the existing. This is just a plan to highlight where that infrastructure is proposed. So you have the dog bin, kissing gate, information board at the car park, a single information board there, and then the yellow dots denote the waymarked trail. I think there's been a criticism of the scheme in terms of third-party representations and some concerns in consultee comments that various infrastructure and the paths could lead to a more country park character as opposed to the naturalistic environment that we experience on site at the moment. But I think from that plan and some of the physical infrastructure that I've shown, I do believe it's actually fairly low-key. And really, you know, some of the obvious changes are perhaps the kissing gate at the car park and the fencing along the southern edge here to separate timber and commercial activity and pedestrians. But other than that, it's using existing routes and opening them up a bit. So there's not a huge extensive network of paths. As I said, it's very much a case of trying to retain the character and experiential qualities that are on site at the moment. And then final plan. In essence, this is the landscape strategy. Much of the woodland would remain and continue in the Forestry England or Forestry Commission's activities. 6.8 hectares of heathland are proposed to be retained and restored. The waymarkers are obviously shown there with the arrows, and those routes that you can see, you know, the length and area still afford people with the opportunity to have quiet walks and enjoy and experience the landscape. I will go through the management objectives in the SANG management plan. There is more detail in the report, but overarchingly, it's to conserve and enhance the habitats and species on site. Have an accessible recreational resource in a diverse natural environment, manage amenity and balance that with biodiversity benefits, and continue as a commercial forestry site. And overall, the management and monitoring regime would be for 80 years, or as we also know it as in perpetuity in terms of some of the established guidance. And there is funding associated with that would come from the developer associated with the Chiltley Lane scheme. Forestry England would be responsible for the implementation and the site's long-term management, and that would be secured in the section 106. I think at this point, I think it's fair to say that although the application is obviously a product of trying to mitigate residential development elsewhere, it is in fact an opportunity to deliver national park purposes at a larger scale than perhaps we see more piecemeal in some of the other schemes that are before members. We have a 34 hectare site here that offers a site-wide management plan to enhance Heathland, which we know is in poor condition, and improve accessibility to a degree, albeit that's low key. And that very much aligns with purpose 1 and 2. In terms of the main considerations before members is the use of the site as a SANG. I would stress that use needs to be considered on its own merits. So whilst this is in the background associated with residential development elsewhere, I think the weight to be given to the current application with East Hants, or indeed that site being a draft housing allocation, I don't think that should be afforded weight, and the SANG needs to stand on its own merits. In terms of principal use and size and location, yes, it is a large site, but as I say, it offers the ability to have some benefits at scale. In terms of location, it is readily accessible from the south, being on the southeast edge of Liphook, and close to the development that it would serve to mitigate. And in terms of landscape character and ecology, overall, the infrastructure is not considered to be so detrimental that it would have a negative impact on landscape character. Rather, it would be quite low-key, as I've said. So there could be broader benefits that accrue from this proposal, including enhancements to ecology, whether it's reptiles or bird species like nightjar. So there is obviously an element of conserving and enhancing, needing to be balanced with the accessibility and the very purpose of a SANG. I would say that's not necessarily uncommon with other sites we see across the park, where there can be competing tensions between ambitions to conserve and enhance, but also promoting access and people to enjoy the park. And finally, I think all of those considerations are very much wrapped up in national park purposes. I'm not sure why that's red, but the recommendation is that planning permission be granted subject to the completion of the 106. I won't go through all of the bullet points. And the conditions set out at paragraph 9.2 of the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Richard. May I have the lights on, please? Thank you. So we'll move now to our public speakers. And the first public speaker we have, who is against this application, is Simon Catford, representing South East Liphook Residents Group. I'm sure you know you have 3 minutes.
I do.
And I'll stop you if you overrun.
Thank you. Good morning. The South and East Liphook Residents Group represents the views of over 220 households in the south and east of Liphook, close to the proposed SANG at Iron Hill. Collectively, we strongly object to the proposed redesignation. Some of our reasons are as follows. Firstly, nobody supports it. Almost all the national statutory consultees have recorded ambivalent no objection, combined then with several caveats or requirements. Essentially, they are abstaining, showing no support for redesignation whatsoever. And no wonder, the site already exists and works well. Correspondingly, all the local consultees, for example, Bramshott and Liphook Parish Council, Milan Parish Council, our EHDC councillor, and 168 local residents have strongly objected to the proposals. Indeed, Councillor Kim Kemp, Vice Chair of Liphook Parish Council and of their Planning Committee, is here today to emphasise their objections. We are all asking the authority to leave the forest alone. Secondly, it adds no benefit to the community nor the national park. The site already exists under its forestry designation and public access rights. The local community loves and uses it extensively as it is. Particularly well suited for off-lead dog walking, the area is safe and enjoyed by many visitors. Additionally, cycling, hiking and horse riding are undertaken regularly. The national park will see no gain from the redesignation. Thirdly, it is contrary to the primary purpose of the SDNP, which is to conserve and enhance the natural beauty, wildlife and cultural heritage of the area. Iron Hill, as it stands, ticks all these boxes and is widely recognised as a place of sanctuary and peace. Formalising the site into a sang with the resultant destruction of this sense of tranquility and space and the threat to the existing fauna and flora from increased use brings no benefit to the park and its purpose. And finally, significant increase in traffic and parking problems due to limited, safe and reasonable pedestrian access, as the site is impossible to reach safely by foot or cycle, especially for those with children. So any increase in visitor numbers will be by car. The small car park has limited capacity, is full at peak times and becomes badly rutted in the winter. It doubles as the only entrance to the timber yard, to which very large forestry trucks require regular access, causing disruption and danger to visitors. There is no provision made for expanding or improving the car park, and it is noted that highways have raised particular concern about the car park and access. For these reasons alone, the proposal should be refused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker against this application is Richard Bainan, representing South East Liphook Residents Group. Same group.
Thank you, Chairman. Following on from my colleague Simon Catford, I'm also representing South and East Liphook Residents Association. Firstly, our points are also strategic. There are 4 strategic points that we need to highlight. Firstly, the planning officer has agreed that at 34 hectares, Iron Hill is a very large site. A development of 67 dwellings would normally require a SANG of only 1.3 hectares. Simple maths shows that on this basis, the area of Iron Hill could support the SANG requirements of up to 1,800 dwellings around and inside the park within a 5-kilometre radius that would include Liphook, Milland and the surrounding villages. If such a large SANG was readily available, one of the most important mechanisms that the local planning authorities have for the control of unsuitable development proposals would be removed at a stroke. Secondly, the applicant for this proposal, Bloor Homes Limited, has a pecuniary interest in its success, both to facilitate its plans for Chudley Farm and then, as I just showed, by allowing it to support future large-scale housing development applications locally. We believe that if the authority wants to redesignate Iron Hill, it should make the application itself so it could be properly considered and a decision reached without outside influence. Only then would the newly designated SANG be made available to support development proposals if the authority considers those proposals to be appropriate. We further believe that ongoing maintenance and control of the SANG should remain the responsibility of the authority and not left to an outside entity that could potentially profit from it. Thirdly, despite claims of the planning officer, this application is not only considered on its own merits, but also on its suitability to act as a SANG for the applicant's proposals for Chudley Farm. The applicant has ample space to accommodate a SANG either within their development site or using undeveloped land nearby. All of this would be outside the park. We believe the authority should maintain the view that if a SANG can be located outside the park, then it should not be located inside the park. Finally, we would point out that the South Downs National Park local plan, recently issued for public consultation, contained no mention whatsoever of Iron Hill or of the authority having any plans to redesignate or otherwise develop it. The original Bloor Homes proposal had been made in April 2024, some 9 months earlier, yet it was not included. Members of the Planning Committee, before you reach a decision, please bear in mind that this redesignation could facilitate up to 1,800 dwellings in or adjacent to the park. It is, as Simon said, it is not wanted by anyone, nor is it needed. Please leave it alone. I, along with hundreds and hundreds of other residents who know the area well, implore you to reject it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just in time. And our third speaker against this application is Councillor Bill Mooland, East Hants District Council, Bramshott and Liphook Ward.
Thank you, Chairman, especially for letting me make this representation, having missed the Monday deadline. I'd also like to apologise for a typo in my written submission, which said this issue had been hanging over people's heads since 2023. That should read 2013. That's 12 years these people have been living with this. I was looking at this yesterday morning in the home where I've lived for 39 years. It is in the South Downs National Park and on or very close to the Wealden Heaths at Griggs Green, which everyone says must be protected and alternatives found for recreation. I saw people of all ages out for walks, jogging, cycling, just parking up to enjoy the Shipwrights Way and Weavers Down. Scout groups use it to learn about nature. Walking groups like the U3A are regular visitors. Last week, the Household Cavalry trotted over from the summer camp at Longmoor to the Deer's Hut pub. The Shipwrights Way now forms part of King Alfred Way, a popular 350-kilometre cycle ride which takes in the South Downs Way, Winchester and Stonehenge. I took my own dogs out for a walk this morning, and to suggest that I might have considered getting in my car and driving across Lippert to Iron Hill instead is obviously ridiculous. Much of the Wealden Heath area shown on your map at Appendix 2 is dominated by the Longmoor Army Ranges and closed whenever the red flags are flying around the perimeter track. Iron Hill is already the go-to destination for dog walkers who let their dogs off the leads anyway and don't need to be told whether they can or can't. Maybe a few people take their lives in their hands and walk there, most go by car. This morning when I drove by, I could see that all 15 spaces were taken. This application is unnecessary, contrived and desperate on behalf of a developer upon whom the community has turned its back. Among the 168 objections, please note the strong opposition from Bramshott and Lippert Parish Council, which refused to give up land at Radford Park to accommodate this development. As I don't need to remind you, this site is not in Lippert, nor even in Hampshire. There is not one ringing endorsement for this plan, merely a lot of no objections and, well, it could be done's. Natural England says the Sang would mitigate the Chiltley Lane development, but you've been told by your own officers not to take that into account, even though the two are inextricably linked. Without Chiltley Lane connection, the application would not exist. And faced with a jigsaw puzzle whose pieces don't fit, the applicant has tried to thump them into place with a mallet, even promising a dog poo bin. Is that what the £150,000 contribution is for, I wonder? I have experience of dog poo bins. Taylor Wimpey put one on the Sang next to a 300-house estate in Lippert. It overflows constantly, and as a councillor, I'm often sent delightful pictures of it and asked what am I going to do about it. We're not NIMBYs in Lippert. We welcome the 250 dwelling allocation you've made in your draft local plan. Technically, I suppose you might support this application, but realistically, morally and practically, I hope you don't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have one speaker in support of this application, who is Nigel Jarvis, the agent representing the applicant.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee. I'm here today representing Bloor Homes as the agent for the application and would like to first of all commend the thorough report before you and the hard work of your officers on this application regardless of the outcome today. The premise of the application before you is simple, but the scheme is the result of a lot of design work and engagement with Natural England and Forestry England. The proposals involve relatively modest works to the existing woodland at Iron Hill, which boosts its attractiveness and quality as a place for locals to walk their dogs. They're necessary to meet the qualifying criteria of SANG set by Natural England, but the scheme has been designed to balance these with national park objectives and complement existing forestry management objectives as well. One of those is also to improve recreational access. The scheme in overview includes limited works to improve the path network, provide its routes with a clear hierarchy, using information boards, a kissing gate, waymarker posts, bins and fencing, improvements to almost 7 hectares of heathland, and investment into long-term management and monitoring by Forestry England that comes with designation as a SANG. A SANG will be necessary to offset the recreational impacts that could arise from additional housing in the area, in this case from the outline application at Chiltley Lane in Lippert, if permission is granted by East Hants. That site has been a draft housing allocation in successive emerging local plans since 2018. The application before East Hampshire, if approved, will bring forward up to 67 much-needed homes in Lippert and 40% as affordable housing and its own public open space and play facilities on site. The recreational pressure on the SPA from those proposals has been assessed to be very low, meaning the modest improvements at Iron Hill and its existing car park, while necessary, are sufficient and will not need to support any significant increase in visitors. The application before members, though, is not a housing application and should be judged on its own merits. The proposed size of the Sang is driven by Natural England guidance for attaining minimum dog walking route lengths and is not excessive. The works to improve on Iron Hill's existing visitor provisions are modest, but improvement to habitats are significant, along with additional biodiversity net gains overall. The proposals align in principle with the local plan's policies and national park purposes. As described in your officer's report, the proposals carry a range of benefits. These include the use, which would complement existing forestry management, its location, which is reasonably accessible but also benefits from a car park, and improving Iron Hill's offer to its visitors and encouraging enjoyment of it. The proposed ecological enhancement and future management, as well as the biodiversity net gains, as I said, are also, as a package, significant. We hope members will feel able to endorse the officer's recommendation and resolve to grant planning permission today, subject to the further requirements of the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we've heard all our public speakers now, so it's over to members. Alan. Microphone. Could you turn the microphone off, please? Thank you.
I'm wondering if I'm becoming slightly simple-minded since I gave up paid work as a planning lawyer.
Surely not.
But I'm just a little bit mystified and would like a bit of help as to what in this proposal actually requires planning permission from us. It seems to me that the mere calling of a bit of land a Sang doesn't in itself require planning permission. The forestry aspect of any activity going on the overall Forestry Commission site doesn't require planning permission. There are already paths and people wandering over paths on the open part of this site. It seems to me it doesn't need planning permission for that to continue, and that seems to be more or less what is proposed. It doesn't normally even need planning permission just to maintain and marginally improve footpaths and tracks, although that might depend on the scale of it. The fencing seems to me, although I will happy to be corrected, on the face of it, most of it looks like permitted development scale fencing. I don't think we're talking about Alcatraz type. Well, actually, Alcatraz is in the middle of water, so that's not a good example, but yes, yes. Prison type fencing around it. So I'm a bit mystified. Apart from arguably information boards and a dog litter bin or two, and I'm not sure about them, I'm just really mystified as to what is the thing that requires planning permission in this proposal.
Let's let the officers respond to that before we go any further.
Thank you, Chairman. In our assessment, it's the material change of use of the land.
We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Speak more clearly.
It's to do with the material change in use of the site for the purposes of Sang. In terms of the forestry activity, you are correct. That doesn't need permission. That's a legitimate countryside use, and that's not associated with any development. In terms of some of the physical infrastructure, that may well be considered as development. The Forestry England actually have their own permitted development rights for fencing and the like. But I think it's that physical works of kissing gates, fencing, very minor elements like waymarker posts, some degree of surfacing in places. So there is that mix of use and physical introduction of infrastructure.
Yes, I think we need a bit more from Tim.
Thank you. In short, it's really the totality of it all. You could, and previously this committee has expressed concerns when people do that, you could break it down into lots of elements and try to argue PD under various rights in the Act. But that's not what's been proposed. It's not what we've considered. It's the totality of all the little bits and bobs that make up that it is development overall and therefore requires you to consider it.
Okay. Janet. Yeah. Janet, yeah.
Chairman, a quick note. I noticed the word accessibility. Which is great. Just wanted to be assured that the accessibility would include wheelchairs and push chairs, whatever, and especially at the kissing gate, the entrance. I just need the clarification, Chairman.
Thank you. We'll pick that up in a second. Debbie?
Thank you, Chair. I note that we're talking about mitigation from increased pressure on the Wilden Heath SPA. I basically want to know, how are you going to stop people using that area? Are we planning to fence it off and put a big sign up saying go to Iron Hill? I don't see how that objective can be met. As Councillor Moulard commented, that's a very well-known area and is well used as a recreational area. So that is my first question. My second question is, in terms of public rights of way and accessibility from Chiltley Lane, my understanding from a resident who isn't here today is there is actually no footpath access to this site. Maybe, Richard, you could demonstrate where that is on your map, if there is actually a physical footpath that people can take. I know this area well. Hollicombe Lane is the most dangerous narrow road. I do not use it myself, and if that is the way to access this site, it will not encourage pedestrians or cyclists from Liphook. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's address those 3 points before we go any further.
Thank you, Chairman. It's not about restricting access on the Wealden Heaths. That's still open and that remains unchanged. The purpose of the SANG is to encourage people to use an alternative site of similar character and nature. So there's not a physical restriction, and that site, Wealden Heaths, remains a popular accessible site. In terms of walking or cycling accessibility from Chiltley Lane, yes, there are no footpaths directly from that site. I have visited that site and gone round to Iron Hill myself. Certainly on Highfield Road, let me identify that. Sorry, part of it is cut off the map, but Highfield Road, there is no public footpath. There's vegetation either side of the road. On Midhurst Road, there is path and pavement down to the crossroads where you get to Highfield Road, after which the road leading to Iron Hill car park again is banks on either side. And tarmac.
Before we go any further, could we just have a look at the picture that shows where Chiltley Lane is, where the other Wealden Heathland is, in relation to this, please?
Yes, Chairman, I would draw members' attention to Appendix 2 of the report, if they have it to hand. That shows a much larger image than what I can present there on the screen.
You're talking about the one in the top right-hand
yes,
corner
the top
with all
right.
the yellow on it?
That shows Iron Hill. It identifies the Chiltley Lane scheme, and as you can see there, it identifies the Wealden Heaths as well.
So where's the Chiltley Lane scheme on that picture?
I just show it for context, really, in relation.
Yeah, but where is the Chiltley Lane scheme on that picture?
I don't have it on that photo, image, sorry.
So it's outside that area.
There is, in Appendix 2 of the report, I do have the Chiltley Lane site identified. What I can also show you as a backup slide, bear with me. You can see the Chiltley Lane site in relation to Iron Hill on that image.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to get an idea of the possible accesses to this SANG from that Chiltley Lane site and what other places there are near it that are also usable by the public. Okay. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a few issues with this application. The first one being accessibility, which we've already covered. By my reckoning, it's just under 1 kilometre, and I know we're supposed to be looking at this in in and of itself rather than in relation to other developments, but the development has been cited by the applicant during their presentation, I believe, so I think that brings it into scope. And indeed, it's on the screen. But I think it's about 1 kilometre, and the distance of that kilometre is narrow country lane without footpath, and we're suggesting that we're encouraging people with dogs and possibly children to walk down those routes. I don't think the accessibility is ideal, but that would probably be covered in any future application that were to come forward, and that could perhaps be improved. I note the highways issues regarding parking, and I know that car park, and it is very small, and any additional encouragement could possibly be detrimental to road safety, so I'll take the highways comments on board. These aren't really my key concerns, however. The point has been raised by Mr. Catford, and also in my notes, that this site already exists for the purposes that are proposed as the aims for the SANG. Now, it's public forest estate, thereby it has public access, thereby it has nature biodiversity targets. The key difference between how it is now and how it is proposed to be is through the creation of the circular walk, which is absolutely essential for Natural England criteria. And yet, in the applicant's statement, you have paragraph 4.24, which suggests that the change of use classification will bring with it a promotion of connectivity, thereby reducing habitat fragmentation. Now, we've seen from the map that the circular walk does that very thing. It creates habitat fragmentation. And if we're talking about accessibility in all its forms, thereby wheelchair access, mobility access, etc., that will be, by definition, some hard standing of some sort to allow those mobility vehicles to use it. Therefore, we've got increased fragmentation by a non-natural footpath. And even if we don't have that, we've still got increased fragmentation of a heathland. The other issue I have is this land has been in a heathland management scheme for many years, possibly nearly 10 years, through the Heathland Reunited scheme, which is financial support to Forestry England, and the heathland is still in poor condition. Well, if they've been funded for it for the last 10 years and it's in poor condition, I'm bemused as to why we're suggesting they carry on for the next 80 years delivering heathland restoration and improvement, because they've done such a good job so far. I don't understand that. I think there are better placed groups or organisations that could deliver that. I noticed that the 80 years is the minimum allowed for, in terms of in perpetuity definition, stretches from 80 to 125 years, and we've gone for the minimum approach there. I haven't been able to access the BNG information, the metrics not available on the website, but the BNG enhancements are referenced. Without being able to check, and maybe there's some advice I can gain here, if the enhancements that are being proposed in the BNG are already part of a management plan, then they can't be included in the BNG metric because that's considered additionality, which is not allowed under the BNG rules. So some clarification around that would be useful. I think the biggest issue I have here is the point raised by Mr. Catford and Councillor Mulland. The site already exists. This application appears to be contrived in order to achieve a designation that isn't necessary and already exists. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Shall we have a comment from the officers about the BNG situation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We do have a BNG metric, and we do have commentary associated with that. This is different insofar as it's restoring existing habitat and enhancing that. So there is a difference there in terms of creating new habitat that we might see under BNG. But overall, there's a 15% improvement on BNG, and the county ecologist has accepted that.
You want to come back?
Well, I'll take the county ecologist's views on that, but enhancement, you can bring that forward as a BNG scoring route, but if that plan is already in place from the existing heathland management, then it shouldn't be allowed. So just want to make that point. But on the other points, the contrived nature, that stands as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Robert?
Thank you, Chairman. I want to make a comment about this material change of use that Richard brought up. And that's what the biggest problem I've got, is I'm not sure I understand there's any change of use from what's currently used to what's proposed. If you'd been on the site on Saturday morning at about 9 o'clock, you'd have seen 200 people running the Serpent's Trail from Hayesmere to Petersfield. If you go there most Saturdays, Saturday afternoons, Wednesdays, Thursdays, you see a huge number of cyclists cycling the New Lipscombe Way, going down past the car park onto Sussex Border Path. It's a heavily used site for recreation on what's there existing already. And therefore I don't understand what's changing. The idea of more people are going to use it for a heavily used site strikes me as not a material change of use. So I feel really uncomfortable purely on that grounds about the idea of trying to make more accessible to more people when it's a heavily used site to begin with. I just feel that, as Alan pointed out earlier on, I'm not sure why we're trying to give planning permission to something that doesn't need it.
Thank you. Andrew?
Well, I won't touch that aspect of it because I think that's certainly being considered. But there are various points here that on page 18 in the Key Matters Executive Summary, it states it is reasonably well related to Liphook and accessible. I think we've already put to bed the fact that the site is not particularly accessible, and part of the criteria is that this site should be accessible. And you get other issues, such as the landscape officer is far from happy with it. It says that SANGs are designed to allow dogs off leads, conflicts with on-site habitat and species. We talk about making this site more nature-friendly. The ability for people to let dogs off leads will conflict with that. And I realize as I'm saying that, there's things that have already been said which actually sort of say, you can be there anyway. But what is this an outlier? Is this, as the point which was made by Councillor Mouland, is this the fact that they only currently need 1.34, and if we are giving the site SANG definition, then, and as we've been talking about, do we need planning permission for this? We'll have given planning permission for 34 hectares to be SANG. Are we allowing this figure of 1,200 houses to be built and enabling an area which will cater for them to be there as a matter of course without us having any other look into it? And this can be houses, most of which will probably be outside the national park. And of course that's the point. We are enabling houses outside the national park to use an area which is inside the national park, which we've already agreed should be subject to a heathlands regeneration scheme, and is seemingly failing. But the other point too is, and as members, when we visited the site, on not the most obvious time of day for visitors, the car park was pretty full then. We've heard that the car park is always full. We are encouraging people away from the protected areas to this SANG. That's part of its reason for existence and the reason why we're having this debate. But if there isn't enough room for them there, then they're not going to go there. But of course, at the same time, if we make more room for them, more will go there. We're probably going to be hoisted by our own petard on this. But one way or another, this whole report raises more questions than provides answers.
Thank you. Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Andrew has actually made the first of my points. There's a potential perverse effect on the parking, particularly if, as we saw, that it's a nudge effect to try and persuade people to go there rather than from the heaths. Then if you actually create a situation where you think, I'm not going to go because the car park's almost certainly going to be full, that might actually have a negative effect on people going. So I'm concerned about the fact it does seem clear that access by car is the only meaningful way. So not having a larger car park without expanding the car park, you may have a perverse effect and not have more people going there. In which case, what the point? what's the point? But the other thing for me, I'm concerned about the fencing. It seems that the fact that because of the Natural England requirements, fencing is going to have to be installed, which until now has not been there. I mean, if anything's going to change the character of the site, that's going to be having quite a lot of fencing that was not there before. And it's not clear, I mean, it seems to me that's sounds like it's a box-ticking exercise, that because of the change of status, something will be required that is not actually required in reality, because I presume people are not dying because they're finding their way into forestry operations. So it's a slightly perverse, unfortunate side effect of such a change of classification, that you would be required to introduce unsightly fencing, to which I suppose my supplementary question is, how unsightly would that fencing be? Is it going to be tall? Is it going to be, or is it going to be minimalist? Thank you.
Thank you. Antonia.
Actually, Daniel's made the points I was going to make.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'd like to add a bit to that, because I think we're talking about fencing. My concerns is this word that keeps coming up, formalising, desire lines, formalising already informal areas on that whole area. That just adds further to your comment about fragmentation and about changing the nature of the place as it stands at the moment. Paul.
Thank you. The SANG stands for Suitable Alternative Natural Green Space, as I understand. I think the accessibility issue here, the inability to get there on foot or safely by bike with families, is damning. I don't think it's suitable at all. I think the suitable is lost.
Thank you. Could we have a comment from the officers about this issue of how many hectares you require for a particular development, and the fact that this is a very much bigger site? Would that mean, in fact, that there's a lot more space on that site for a lot more developments to make use of that SANG area?
It's a good question. I'm not going to duck it, because actually the discussion you've been having is about the site rather than the precedent it might create. And I would urge you to keep that in mind, that this is about the site, the impact, whether it's suitably accessible, whether you think the works are too much. It's not really about whether it potentially creates a pool for the future for other sites. That's conjecture and into the future. You're judging this site, however frustrating, on its merits. And I would echo one of the comments that one of the speakers made, which is technically it might work, but then they went on to say morally and otherwise they weren't so pleased. Your judgment is really whether you think that the level of works, some of which we've described as very minimal and we are considering as minimal, whether you actually think in a totality they're having an adverse landscape impact, and one of you has referenced already the landscape officer's thoughts on that. And probably secondly, whether it is suitably accessible or not. You note that highways are comfortable with it. You can't conjecture, if you like, what might happen in the future in terms of car parking and all the rest of it, but you could, and it's within your gift to say you are concerned about the accessibility you have. So I'm not ducking the question, but whether or not it will enable 20, 40, 1,000, 200,000 homes isn't really before you. What is the impact of this site.
Okay, fair enough. Alan.
Yeah. Assuming we accept, and I think I do accept the answer that was given by Tim to my earlier query, that it's the totality of the little bits that comprise arguably change here, which leads to the view that as a whole, I would say it might require planning permission, and therefore it's worth asking for it. And of course, members will appreciate that essentially Robert McAtta, but in different words, raised the same point that I did, but I think it then led him off in a different direction. My view is we are a planning committee dealing with whether something should be given planning permission or not. As I understand the position, the mere calling of something a SANG does not in itself require planning permission. That's not part of the system of planning control under the Town and Country Planning legislation. I myself wish that there wasn't this bureaucratic requirement for a fence alongside the forestry track, because I know even from my own parish that there are forestry commission bits of woodland and the relative infrequency with which vehicles to do with forestry work come in doesn't cause any real problem to people on tracks near the woodlands and so forth. But on the other hand, the Forestry Commission have got permitted development rights in relation to fencing. And as I said before, it doesn't seem to me, from what I understand it, that we're talking about any kind of fencing of a scale that's unusual to find in the countryside. We've got to ask what is wrong, it seems to me, is to think that whether we grant permission or not for this, to my mind, minimal development in terms of what the word development actually means in the Town and Country Planning Act is nothing to do with this business about housing development sites elsewhere down in Liphook. I don't think it's really anything to do with the quality of the road that comes up here from Liphook, or whether it would, in a hypothetical world, be nicer if there existed some new footway or entirely independent footpath. The question is merely, do the minimal changes or the minimal aspects of this package, which arguably require planning permission, deserve to be given that planning permission, or are there some sound planning reasons why these minimal proposals shouldn't be granted planning permission? And I have to say, I'm struggling to see that there's any kind of argument, you know, quality of the car park, quality of the access, housing, potential housing sites down in Liphook, they're all irrelevant. They're not planning reasons why this particular proposal, which seems, as I say, to involve minimal elements that comprise development under the planning legislation, should be given permission or not. I can't think up a planning reason why this consent shouldn't be granted. That may be upsetting to people who are opposed to other things down on the fringes of Liphook and not up here by this site, but they're not planning reasons.
Okay, thank you. No more comments? Would you like to make some comment about that?
Not especially. I mean, it is a planning judgment. We are of the view, as has just been expressed by one of the members, that actually the physical works and the debatable, and you've had that debate, change of use, are so modest, and that there are gains to be had. So to answer the issue around the Heathlands Reunited scheme, that was much more, inverted commas, casual, if you like. This would be nailed down for 80 years, and that's why there's a figure with it, with ecologists crawling all over it and Natural England involved. So there would definitely be a firmer way to make sure that the good works that begun under the Heathlands Reunited would actually improve and increase and be monitored. So in our view, those sort of factors, together with the fact that whilst there is some change, we don't think they're significantly adverse, is why we've come to the conclusion we have. You've had a discussion. Forgive me, I'm not sure how solid yet you have articulated whether you think those changes are so significant, just looking at the changes on this land, that it would justify a refusal. And that's what would be before anybody were to look at this in a different light.
Thank you. Paul?
Well, my concern was the location of this and the accessibility in any other way than by car, and if it's going to be a suitable alternative natural green space. And therefore I'd like clarification whether that's a valid reason to say no.
Right, thank you. Tim?
I might bring my colleague in here, because that's just what we were discussing. My own view is it would be quite difficult, because although it's being called a sang, what you're actually looking at is the works. And as one of the members has described, you don't need planning permission to call it a sang. So I think it would be quite hard to construct a refusal on that, to be honest. I don't know if Becky wants to.
Thank you. No. Andrew?
Well, I think this has been an extremely useful discussion, because obviously there's been a lot of public concern about this in the neighbourhood, and I think we are more enlightened as a result of this debate as we would have been as if we'd just read it and looked at the paperwork. And I think it is important to flag up what Natural England say on page 24. Size of sang has capacity to accommodate other developments. Any future use to mitigate more residential sites needs further consideration. However, I think you've basically said it doesn't need future consideration because this sang is big enough to cater for larger sites. Is that my understanding? So regardless of Natural England's concern, and therefore it's a case of let's look at this in the light of possibly experience of this relatively small development relative to the size of the site, small proposed development in Liphook, the Natural England comment, probably there won't be any further consideration because we have given permission for a sang which can take place anyway, but we have formalized it. We've rubber stamped this, or we're being asked to rubber stamp something which could cater for in excess of 1,000 houses in the Liphook area, according to current legislation.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, certainly, you know, in terms of its capacity, it would need to be considered as to whether it's a suitable site for other development, depending on where that development is. So, you know, we can't foresee where that might be. So it needs to be considered as a suitable sang in relation to specific future housing development wherever. In terms of the overall size of it, certainly with the Chiltley Lane scheme, for 67 dwellings, I think one of the public speakers are right insofar as saying the sang requirement is around 1.3, 1.4 hectares. That is based on a population figure. So I think sang is related to, it's about 8 hectares per 1,000 of population is what Natural England work on. But I would also stress that the size of this proposal before you also relates to the 2.5 kilometre circular walk and the need to provide that. And you can see in the image how that, is in pink there, how that fits into the site overall.
I do absolutely get the concern around the potential precedent in allowing other developments, but as Richard said, that's relatively limited to some extent because it couldn't be serving a site in Basingstoke or somewhere. Apologies, Basingstoke, I'm just using that as an example. It would have to meet the relevant criteria about being sufficiently close to this site. And the slight irony of this is that we're often seeking larger areas of land, bigger, better joined up to work more cohesively. And we tried that with Heathlands Reunited. This is doing that, so that was certainly part of our thinking. It might, because of that, enable stuff that folk don't want or might not come forward yet. But the reality is that usually when we're looking at making the best use of increasing nature and recovery, the greater the extent of land, the better. And in part, I think that's what's driving this, not just it could serve something else in due course.
Okay. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to come back. It's just really a point that's been brought to the fore by this latter end of the conversation. And it's regarding the comments that Alan made about planning rules. Now, aren't we in a slightly different situation within the park here? And I would genuinely like clarification on this, that whilst we are a planning authority and we're looking at planning rules, we also are looking at those planning rules through the lens of our primary purposes and duties to conserve, enhance natural space and the South Downs National Park. And we therefore have a balanced judgment. It's not just about whether they comply with the planning rules as they would be outside of the park. There's an additional element that we need to take into account, as I understand it. And if that is the case, then in terms of what would be legitimate arguments, in my opinion, that go against this application would be the increased formalisation and landscaping of a currently only semi-natural, semi-managed landscape within the national park, as well as the accessibility. I would genuinely like clarification on whether we're looking at planning through the park lens duties.
The answer to that is yes. We have national park purposes in legislation and our local plan, partnership management plan. So yes, we look through the lens of national park purposes.
Thank you. Antonia. Oh, sorry. Just before you go, Antonia, could we have Tim's input to that last one?
Sorry, I wouldn't normally jump in. I just think that is the crux of the matter. I wouldn't normally jump in, but that is the crux of the matter. So Stephen has articulated some reasons why he is concerned with this, relating to planning and relating to purpose 1. There is, of course, the alternative, and we've outlined that as officers in the report, which is actually, if you put everything into the mix, it's improving. But that's a judgment, and you know, and it's securing it for 80 years. But that is your, I think that's the nub of your deliberation today.
Thank you. Well done, Stephen. Do you want to come back? Yes.
I really do, because whilst, and my apologies, Tim, I really do want to address that point, that it's being considered as fact that these benefits to the Heathland restoration will occur. Well, I'm sure that's what Heathland Reunited felt when they gave money, and it hasn't happened. And I really think we should be mindful of that. And in fact, the fact around in perpetuity for 80 years, it's public forest estate. It already has access in perpetuity.
Yes. Antonia.
Yes, just going back to this point about whether the SANG designation requires planning permission, is that, I just wanted to explore that, because we've had these issues raised about whether planning permission is required at all here. And it was said at one point that there's nothing stopping anybody calling something a SANG. However, it has a planning significance, because then it can be pointed to as the suitable alternative natural space for developments such as Chiltley Lane. And in fact, as Paul said, it is not suitable because there's no footpath, there's no footway, it's only accessible by car, and the car park is already full.
Thank you. Becky.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question that Tim and I had been slightly discussing a moment ago. Even if planning permission wasn't required, this land would still need to be secured through a Section 106 planning agreement in order to bind things like the management, the monitoring, what can take place on this land, in order for any other local planning authority to rely on it as mitigation for that proposed development. So there would be something that would have to happen in order to secure the SANG. In this case, you've got officers who are saying that, in their view, planning permission is required and it would be subject to that 106 agreement. But in any event, that 106 agreement would be necessary.
Okay. Robert. Oh, Andrew. Sorry, Andrew, were you first? I beg your pardon.
And further to that, presumably, the fact that the Section 106 agreement is for the 34 hectares, if in the future there's other development piggybacking onto this application in one form or another, that will have to adhere to the Section 106 agreement, which is in place, or provide very good legal reasons why they don't.
Apologies. I think if you were to secure this here, then regardless of what comes forward, it's secured for that 34 hectares. But any new party would just have to adhere to that.
Robert.
I want to do two things. First, I want to support what Stephen was saying, and I totally agree with his argument about that. But I've got a separate point about the size of the SANG. I'm looking at our website, and I just checked. I know the Hogmore enclosure is 54 hectares, which says the third largest SANG in the UK. I assume this one is going to be the second largest SANG in a national park, and therefore one of the top 5, one of the top 10 in the country. Is that right? Is that the sort of scale we're talking about? It's an enormous site. And I'm just really nervous about what we as the planning committee are giving permission for, if indeed it requires planning permission, which I still think it doesn't.
Right, Tim.
No is the short answer. Unfortunately, before I came here, I was involved in SANGs in the Surrey-Berkshire borders. There are some large SANG sites larger than this, although most are smaller. But in terms of scale, no. You're looking at, is the impact on this area of land, whatever scale, to your mind, adverse in relation to the planning policies and Purpose 1 and Purpose 2, or is it actually positive? And, you know, there's a balance to be had there. That's why it's before you.
Thank you. Debbie.
My next question relates to the third bullet. of the recommendation is the financial contribution of 150k. If this 150k is basically going to secure 34 hectare SANG, to enable 67 houses, would that actually equate to the fact that 150k should be more like 4 million if it could support 1,800 houses to be built? You know, where did this 150k come from? Can we understand that?
Thank you. So in one of the appendices of the SANG management plan, there is funding set out of £788,000 for the, and that's broken down into the implementation of all the infrastructure we've been talking about, as well as the ongoing heathland restoration and all the other works that associated with that. So that's a specific pot of money to manage the site long term. The £150,000 is the National Park Authority's cost recovery for monitoring what happens with that funding and how that's managed on site, and to ensure that they are actually delivering in accordance with the SANG management plan. So it's not necessarily a benefit to the park, it's simply cost recovery for officer time to manage and monitor that. And that's over 80 years.
Okay. Anybody else? Daniel.
Sorry, thank you, Chairman, for your forbearance. One question relating to the potential extension to future sites. Will that be based purely on the number of hectares, or will it take account of the fact that there are only 15 parking spaces and they are already full, and therefore the potential for the site to be actually useful in terms of providing suitable alternative access is probably purely theoretical and not practical?
I think that's for when we get a planning application for it, isn't it? I don't think we can actually predict what's that's going to happen. No. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to have a lot of points of view, and nobody's made any suggestions other than the current proposal in front of us. Does anybody have an alternative proposal? No. Does anybody wish to oh, Janet, obviously you wish to propose. Oh, are you asking for a question? Are you
Chairman,
proposing?
I'm proposing.
You're proposing the existing officer permission. Do we have a seconder for that? Okay, so we have proposers and a seconder for the. Can we see the recommendation up on the screen, please? Thank you. For that recommendation. So we have a proposer, we have a seconder.
I want my fellow members to understand that if they oppose that, they've got to find some planning reason.
I think they probably do understand that, which is why it's gone very quiet.
Yes,
people do. We do understand that, Alan. Thank you. Thank you. So, can I have a show of hands, please, to support that recommendation? And abstentions? Sorry? We have 2 abstentions and against. So that recommendation is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. So we'll move now to agenda item 7, which is Blackness Golf Centre, Blackness Road, and the erection of pickleball courts, paddle courts, and other associated activities. Who's doing this? And this is. Who's doing this? Oh, sorry. I don't think so. I think that formalisation is big. Mm, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So Sarah is going to present this report to us. Sarah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I am presenting the first one of three. This is Blackness Golf Club near Alton in Binstead Parish Council. You will have received the report and I don't have any updates on that one today. This is the location of the site. We've got Binstead at the top here. This is Frith End Road. We're near Alice Holt Forest. Oh, how do I get it across? Oh, there we go.
Do Control L.
Oh.
Do Control L.
It's always me in tech. Oh, Control L for a laser. There we go.
And you'll see it on that screen.
Lovely. Sorry, guys.
You'll be able to see it on your laptop.
I can see it there as well. Good. Right, okay, we're in control of the tech. So this is the golf club here. This is the access road here. It's an existing 18-hole golf course. The golf club have changed it, or are in the process of changing it down to a 12-hole golf course. That does not require planning permission. So there are works going on to the golf course here, but that is all outside of the red line plan. So we are principally focusing on what is happening around the nucleus of the clubhouse and this area down here, which is where there are already 2 events TPs, which you can probably see on this plan here. So this is the access road. We come in this access road here to what is currently a large car park. Here is the clubhouse. This is the driving range, and they drive off in this direction. This is currently the greenkeeper's store. And then we've got 2 events TPs which have consent, as I've set out in my report already, and an ancillary building down here. So these are some photographs from the outside of the site. So this one is driving, this is the tree-lined boundary of the, we're going north, so the southern edge, if you like, of the site. And this is the, further on that approach, you can see what is currently amenity grass and a few golf holes for practice mainly. I don't think it's used part of the main course. And then the access road is here, that's going south, and then you've got the access road coming here. So it's very well screened externally, to views externally from the park. And these are some internal views. This is an aerial shot. This is the existing golf clubhouse and the driving range. You can't really see the access road. It snakes up here onto Frith End Road, which you can see along here. That's the hedge line along Frith End Road. This is the main part of the golf course, and it extends up here. This is the area we're principally looking at, along with the clubhouse, the driving range, and the car park. So that's just some pictures of the clubhouse. There's the access road coming in. The topography is kind of undulating, I guess. And you've got quite, it's heavily tree lined, so it really is very screened from views from the outside. Talking about views from the outside, there are some public footpaths. So this joins up to Shipwrights Way, and this is Binstead up here. This is the club. This is Frith End Road. There are buses that run along Frith End Road, and the report talks about sustainable access to the site from Binstead Parish Station, sorry, it's Bentley Station, but it's in Binstead. Quick bit of background, set out in the report. Consent was originally granted on this site for 20 eco-cabins located down here. These structures here are the existing events TPs. Again, that's the clubhouse. And then we had Section 73 come in, and they have varied this original consent so that the design of the cabins is now different, and they look like these structures you can see down here. They were previously going to be sort of fake gypsy homes, I suppose, you know, traditional Romany caravans, and now they are more modern and contemporary. This is the application that was refused under delegated powers last year, and since then we've been negotiating with the applicant what would be suitable on this site. In the refused application, there was a large car park going here against Frith End Road. There were 56 cabins proposed, which were located here and then all the way down here. And then there was a paddle and 2 paddle courts and 2 pickleball courts and some landscaping. So the car park effectively moved from this location to this location, which officers was decided was too public and had too much of a detrimental impact on the national park, so it was refused. and that's all set out in your report. So this is the proposed layout now. This is the existing site plan. The TPs are here. This is what we are now looking at. So no development of this field, which will stay as a field, and you'll see later on in the landscaping plan some more tree planting going in here. We are looking at a number of additional cabins on top of the already consented 20 to bring the number of eco cabins to 27. And the additional cabins kind of sit here. So you come down the access road, there's a little bridge over Tiny River, and the cabins sit to the south of the existing car park. The existing car park stays, and there's a paddleball and pickleball court here, and the greenkeeper's store is here. And then we have some very minor alterations to the clubhouse, which is the alterations of windows and doors, and some internal alterations. So this is the overall landscaping approach. It's a lot of tree planting. We'll have naturalistic paths going through the cabins, and then we've got a lot of tree planting here, and then we've got some decking areas for the driving range. As I said, this is already driving range. I'll move on another slide, but there's additional parking going up here alongside the driving range. This is very well screened, so this is a heavily mature tree line boundary, and the road is up here. This is the new building layout. So these are the pickle courts, 2 paddle courts, another pickle here, and then the greenkeeper's store here. What I would emphasise is that all these new structures are all on existing hard standing. So there's no new structures excepting the cabins that are going on greenland, if you like. There's a little buggy store going on here. Now that is on grass, but that's part of the driving range, so it's very low value amenity grass. That applies across the site really. The locations of all new structures are on low value amenity grass. This is building layout. Here's a clubhouse. Car park sits here. It sort of wraps around the pickle and the paddleball courts. I always get these muddled up. Pickle, paddle. Just sticks. Very minor alterations to the clubhouse, as you can see, just some changing of windows and doors. This is the consented cabin layout. It's a bit tricky because this drawing, well, they don't match. They do, but they don't. So this is a TP, existing TP here, and then the existing TPs are here on the plan which you are now looking at. So this is the consented 20 cabin scheme. There is an ancient woodland buffer here of 15 metres. This line here is an existing post and rail fence which stays, and this portion here is ancient woodland. This plan reflects this plan in terms of the boundary line, which is down here of the ancient woodland, and then the buffer zone. It's just hard to tell because they're a different design. You've got the additional cabins located here, and then these are the winding paths, and the idea is that this will become heavily planted woodland, and the cabins will sit within a natural setting. These are the no-kin cabins. Much to say about them, really. They look like that, highly insulated, individual little cabin units. Some of them are kind of designed for families, so you have a split bedroom which is connected here, and then others of them are one-bedroom cabins as a mix. Oh, all right. Okay, we've got no objections from the lead local flood authority, no objections from the drainage, and no objections from Thames Water. There have been comments from third parties about flood and foul drainage, and I'll just emphasise that the site already has its own foul drainage disposal system, which then feeds to the Binstead pumping station. Now, Thames Water have no objections, providing the applicant submits further details as part of condition, I think it's 11, to make sure that any outfall from this site does not increase in terms of rate. So it's all about the outfall rate. So there will be an increased level of sewage created by the new uses, but the point is that this site can hold that sewage and then discharge it at a reduced rate to the main system, so that when there's a pressure on the main system from anywhere outside the site, it can hold its own sewage, effectively. That's how it works. Right, car parking. So this is the new car parking layout as part of this application. These are the pickleball and paddleball courts. We've got car parking over the existing car parking and down here. And then we've got some new spaces here and some new spaces up along the driving range. As I said, really well screened. You'll see some spaces indicated here, and it's not on this plan, but we do have a revised plan that specifically says no surface changes and overflow car parking only. So there will not be, as a regular occurrence, cars all over these green spaces. They only ever use it for overflow car parking at the moment, and that will carry on. There are some comments from third parties again on highway safety, but HCC are happy with the scheme. The applicant has provided the worst case trip scenario, which means they've considered that people might drive individually to the site to play paddleball and go away, or play pickleball and go away, or have a round of golf. In actuality, it would probably happen that you'd get a group of people coming to use the facilities all at the same time. And that's the focus that the club want to take to encourage people to stay on the site. But the worst case scenario has been examined, and HCC are happy with that. So the recommendation is that planning permission be granted, subject to a section 106 to secure biodiversity net gain.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So we have no speakers against this application, but we have 3 speakers in support of the application. So we'll hear first from Rachel Russell, who is representing herself. Could you move the microphone a bit straighter so that it's just in front of you, and then we can pick you up more clearly? Thank you very much.
Okay, good. I'm one of the previous owners of Black Nest. My family and I purchased it 14 years ago, and for the first 6 years of ownership, we were unable to make a profit, as 70% of the income was generated from golf and membership and pay and play fees. During the winter, we had very few golfers due to the clay soil causing drainage issues and resulting in the course being unplayable for at least 3 months of each year. After COVID, we saw an increase in golfers, which was fantastic. However, we needed to diversify to support the business for the future. So we improved the hospitality offering with 5 bedrooms, installed an events teepee, and introduced top tracer technology to the driving range. With the business diversification, we started to see a profit, and we were able to reinvest. In 2022, we gained approval for the 20 cabins, which was crucial for the future of Black Nest. However, we had major issues on the golf course with failing irrigation and drainage. We started to invest more into the course, so funds were not available to continue with the cabins, and ultimately resulted in the club being sold. The new owners, 360 Beach, have proposed plans to reinvigorate sport, leisure and the hospitality offering at Black Nest. The increase in cabins will make Black Nest more viable, encourage tourists looking for short breaks to enjoy the club, the local countryside, as well as increase the income for attractions such as Alice Holt and Birdworld. Golf is and remains the main reason to visit Black Nest, whether on the course, driving range or the new proposed putting green. The recent improvements to the course will encourage more people with limited time to participate in the game, as they only have to play 6 or 12 holes. And the introduction of paddle and pickle courts offers golfers and non-golfers access to a growing trend for easy-to-learn sports for all ages and mixed abilities can enjoy. By providing a more diverse range of sports at Black Nest, it allows the whole family or a group of friends the opportunity to play the same or different sports. Afterwards, they can relax and socialise in the new improved bar and restaurant, discuss their games, and this will encourage more people to take steps to playing sport regularly and enjoy its health benefits. The proposed improvements to the clubhouse allow visitors a wider range of locally sourced food and drink to encourage people to visit and enjoy the beautiful surroundings and the views from the terrace. The closure of the Jolly Farmer pub means the community has no local venue to meet up, so they will also benefit from the proposed changes. Investment in the golf course and diversification is vital to ensure that Black Nest continues giving locals a wide range of employment, opportunities as well as supporting local businesses, the club needs to evolve so it can continue to be well maintained, family friendly and a community asset which offers everyone a high quality experience and encourages more tourists to enjoy the South Downs National Park.
Thank you. Our next speaker in support of this application is Chantal Fu, who is from Lawson Architecture Limited, representing 360 Beach Limited.
Thank you. I'm the planning agent and previously supported the previous owners. Significant design, landscape and user well-being was taken into consideration when designing the proposals. An extensive assessment of South Downs advice and pre-application process has resulted in this much more succinct landscape-led proposal that focuses the new build development within the existing central hub screened from public view. While the pedestrian courtyard was removed to keep more of the existing parking, the vision is retained with meandering footpaths through the new wooded cabin area, as well as creation of pedestrian-friendly routes and seating around the clubhouse and new sports courts, allowing guests to gather and watch others play a wide variety of sports and enjoy their setting. The new structures are mainly located over the existing hard-standing car park, reinforcing the cluster landscape approach and concealing from the main public viewpoints. The court's position down the slope reduces visual massing and creates a hierarchy of buildings with the clubhouse retaining prominence. The choice of materials and visual permeability of the courts further emphasises this. The materials palette for the courts reflects a more agricultural design with Dutch barn roofs and timber cladding and metal-seamed roofs. Materials that reflect the local vernacular are more sustainable to produce and reuse at the end of their life cycles. Vertical-orientated timber cladding reflects the natural patterns of the wooded areas and the tree-lined boundaries. The minor increase of 7 cabins improves availability of guests using the facilities and increases provision for those attending recreation and sporting events. This has additional benefits of reducing vehicle movements on and off the site in the evenings and the following mornings post-events. These cabins successfully complete the meandering wooded ribbon link between the clubhouse and consented cabins, creating a cohesive and immersive woodland experience for guests and improves the quality, as guests with limited mobility can also use the closer cabins with a similar experience to the others. The new woodland tree canopy reduces views through the site and assists with baffling noise. It is a natural inclination to be quieter within the wooded areas, and applicants' vision encourages a peaceful woodland setting. Methods of sustainable travel are set out in the visitor information package and on the website prior to guests arriving and also within the cabins. The proposals include 66 bicycle lock-up points with varying levels of security to suit individual needs. Active travel is encouraged with access-friendly pedestrian routes across the site, with use of electric buggies for those less mobile so they can experience the site's wider setting too. The existing car park is improved with new downward shielding lighting and increased planting. The existing overflow parking remains as existing. 180-degree downward-facing bollards replace the existing 360 spill driveway lights, which has positive benefits for dark night skies and local ecology along this part of the stream. A series of foul drainage attenuation tanks mitigates the increase of waste on site whilst retaining the same flow rate off the site. The rate of discharge off the site does not increase as a result of the proposals. Liaison with Thames Water has taken place, with the final information being confirming the current discharge rate off the site. Throughout this process, the applicants have strived to listen to South Downs considerations and weave together with their vision of a more natural wooded experience, an enhanced local amenity and a family-friendly venue. It is believed that these revised proposals successfully achieve this balance. Thank you.
Thank you. And our third speaker is Toby Diggins from Dig & Co. Landscape and Ecology Consultants, representing 360 Beach Limited.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. Grateful to be here. Good to see you. My team and I have been deeply engaged in the design process since pretty much the very beginning of this item, and we've also completed much of the ecological survey work since the client sought to make the proposed changes to the sports and hospitality offering at Black Nest, an offering which we believe has the ability to educate and empower a new generation of golfers and sports people to love the natural world, to care for it, and to recognise the importance of ecology in all our environments. As many of you will know, the design has changed, and you saw that earlier, since the initial proposals, and much of the design you've seen today has been developed by fully taking on board the thoughts and suggestions of the South Downs National Park team, which I'm personally very grateful for. Many of these were landscape focused, as you saw, and pertinent to the visual impact from the Frith End Road. Items such as the relocation of the additional car parking, screened by the existing mature woodland corridor, additional habitat areas and biodiversity improvements all the way along the stream, all compound to provide enhancements to what was an ailing operation with that constantly nagging civil engineering burden you just heard about. The required investment and impetus by the applicant who is committed to this new era of Black Nest is testament, I think, to the reality of an ecologically grounded approach to both the development, but also a huge uplift in the local biodiversity interests, with the large areas of the 12-hole course now being dedicated to nature restoration over time. We've aimed to take inspiration from the surrounding habitats which bound the site and are locally distinct. The cabin landscaping was inspired by the neighbouring semi-ancient woodland corridor, and Alice Holt was part of our research into how the site will have progressed historically. The area is famed for its impervious soils, as you heard, and leads one to design with trees. Woody habitats typically flourish in heavier soils, and these will have resisted assalting or clearance for the longest. Its use as a medieval hunting forest fully support this natural history, and it is often in the old hunting forests where fascinating wildlife still survives, and we'd like to continue to help that flourish and survive and grow and be enhanced. The design leans on this as a driver for nature restoration, and in the case of the wooded cabin landscape, doubles up as a private and secluded place for guests to stay with good landscape mitigation. Traffic and parking have been kept mainly within the original developed envelope. The new extension of car parking to the northwest of the driving range was an idea put forward by the South Downs officers as a location which managed and mitigated the landscape harm from public road users, and it also keeps the parking as contained as possible. Visually, the entire design nestles into the depression within which it currently sits, with low-level roofing, single-story designs, and agriculturally inspired massing being chosen to upgrade the site to a more rounded and functional offering. And it is my belief that this project is an appropriately balanced sport and leisure upgrade ahead of fast-moving trends in sport, which also seeks to provide profound natural experiences for all ages and all abilities. And if a project like this moves people to remember...
I'm sorry, but you've run out of time.
Oh, okay, I was on my last sentence.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, so that completes our public speakers. Members, it's now over to you. Paul.
Thank you. I think this is a great proposal. I support it. I think the focus, interestingly, is on the cabins, but the thing that I was most anxious about was the element I was most anxious about were the pickle barn and paddle courts. But I'm pleased to see the comments of the design officer and in 7.9, and overall, I think there's a lot of work that's gone on here between the park and the applicant to make it a decent scheme, good for the economy and good for the park's purposes. Thank you.
Anybody else? No other? Oh, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to see that the pickle courts are enclosed spaces, and I'm basing that on my golf swing and the potential for extreme slicing off the range into an unprotected pickle court. So I'm glad to see that come forward. I do like the concept, and I very much favour the approach of this being a multi-use co-benefit type design. I think we need to be doing a lot more of that. So blending infrastructure with leisure and ecological benefits are a good thing, and fully support those. One question I do ask, and I'll ask this because I'd like to be even-handed with all of the applications that come forward, and whilst I'm minded to approve this, it's a question I would ask of an applicant if I was minded to not approve. And that's regarding the ancient woodland proximity. I know we have the 15-metre buffer, which is a requirement of BS 5837, 38, one of those, which is generally seen as not adequate for ancient woodland and veteran trees because they have different root systems. However, that is the standing advice, so I won't quibble with that. The one thing I would ask is there is a standing request / advisement from Natural England and the Woodland Trust to be notified if development is within 500 metres of an ancient woodland. Has that been done?
Yes, well, not as part of this application, but as part of the other application which determined where that boundary was, yes, we did consult our Natural England, and there's no objection on that scheme. So it maintains that line. I'd also note that the applicant has put in their visitors' welcome package, which we've conditioned, advisory notes to all guests staying in the cabins that they are not to transgress over that line, and explained why that is and why it's important that dogs are kept out. So there's that management approach as well.
Thank you. Any more questions? Andrew?
Just one comment. Whilst obviously the golf course is reducing in size or other, and whether that will lend to as a result, be a reduction in numbers of players. There are other things happening on the site, and that includes, obviously, the habitation of the residential cabins. The car parking is being reduced by 15 spaces. Was any account taken of that? What is the comment of the officers on that? Because whilst we obviously don't want to have too much car parking, too little can cause as much problem as too much.
Yeah, so 2 points, I guess. There's been a transport assessment submitted, and that has analysed all the trip rates of all the different uses and all the parking numbers for all the different uses, including the holiday cabins. And that has been agreed between HCC, ourselves, and the applicant. So in terms of parking numbers, they're sufficient to serve the uses that are proposed, even though there's a slight decrease. And the other thing, I guess, to note is that, again, as part of the condition, the applicant has put forward a sustainable travel package, and they will advise visitors of local transport links, including Farnham and Bentley Station.
Thank you. Alan.
Yeah, just a small point, really, because I'm not in any sense opposed to this application. It seems like a good one, but if I have understood the plans correctly, I was sort of mildly surprised to see that the cabins, or at least quite a lot of them, have got flat roofs, which doesn't make them more prominent, but I just sort of have a question mark in my mind. I know we're getting used to the fact it doesn't rain very much in June and July in this part of the world. It doesn't strike me as a totally good idea, putting up cabins or anything else, frankly, with flat roofs. But I'm not going to suggest.
I don't suppose we have a comment to make, do we? No. I have a question with regard to the lighting in the paddle courts. The comment is that the lighting will turn off automatically at the end of opening hours. What are opening hours?
That is a good question. I think from memory, in one of the statements, it says 8 a.m. till 8:30 p.m., something like that. So it will be after dark. I know it's after dark when it finishes. So there will be a degree of light pollution. That's where the question's coming from as a result of that. We have got a condition for an updated lighting strategy, and the applicant is committed to putting a low transmittance band around the bottom of the paddle courts. And our Dark Night Sky consultant is of the view that because of the overhang of the roofs, the actual skylight pollution will be very minimal. Although there will be a glowing box when you're on site, you'll see it, but you won't really see it from anywhere else.
Okay, thank you. Fine. Right, do I have a proposer and a seconder for this application, please? Robert and Paul, thank you very much. And a show of hands in support of the application. Thank you very much. That is permitted unanimously. Would we like a comfort break before we move on to the next one? Or are we all comfortable? We're all comfortable. Great. Let's move on to the next one. Where are we now? Number 8. Number 8. You do need a comfort break. Okay. Yeah, yeah. 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. How quickly can you be?
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't like that pressure.
let us reconvene. We're now on agenda item 8, which is erection of 17 houses on land east of Pullands Lane, Shoot. And Sarah's going to take us through this one.
Right, thank you, Chair. This is land east of Pullands Lane, which is a site allocation. I've got a couple of bits of housekeeping. You'll have seen from the update sheet a slight change in the recommendation. That's just for clarity, rather than any substantive change. And I've also got a change to the recommendation, which is now on this presentation. It's the 3rd bullet point down, where we refer to the creation and dedication of a byway across the site. That should actually read bridleway. We don't want a byway, we want a bridleway. So that's important. Right. This is Pullands Lane, which is a site allocation in the local plan. We are here. This is the whole site allocation. I am going to be talking as part of this allocation about the bottom part of the site, and then the following application will be the top part. So this is the site in its entirety. The bit we are looking at as part of this application, the line is approximately here. So we're looking at everything south, I think, of this line. This is the boundary line between Petersfield and Sheet. So we are in Sheet, not Petersfield. And you'll see from your appendices that we have referenced the Petersfield Neighbourhood Plan, but we haven't taken that into account when determining the application because it's outside the Petersfield boundary. This is the flood zones 1 and 2, and this is basically a large field which used to be occupied by a riding stables. As you can see from these pictures here, back in its heyday, we've got stables, an outdoor arena, some structures here. That's the house on the end of the access site, and then the site continues down into these fields. This is the boundary of the Rother along here. It's very overgrown, lots of scrub and bramble, mature trees. This is looking, this is looking up the site towards the top end, which is part of site 2, and this is looking in the opposite direction down towards the bottom end where the River Rother is. The site proposes a new access point as part of the proposals, and that will come in approximately here opposite this existing driveway. It's between 34 and 36 Pullands Lane, and a slice of Pullands Lane will go, a slice of the gardens will be taken to allow access through here down into the remainder of the site. So this is the site layout that you're looking at now. Here's the River Rother, and the boundary planting, which remains and indeed will be allowed to grow further in terms of scrub to screen the River Rother from people and dog access mainly. This is the new access off Pullands Lane, so CGI of how it may look. Important to point out, this is a Bellmouth junction here. Pedestrians have right of way across here over vehicles. So if you're waiting here, you are the person that has the right of way under the highway code rather than the traffic going up and down this road. This is just another slide on access, and we're showing down here some of the tracking which is in the transport statement, and I would note that after some back and forth between highways and the applicants, highways are satisfied that the scheme is safe in terms of highways access. This is the street elevation. We've got a mixture of houses. At this end, we have an affordable flatted block of 8 units and 3 terraces that sit behind, and then linear development down the newly created road. We have a selection of 3 and 4 bedroomed houses, which are all private. This is a section through the site. This is the River Rother, which, so as you can see, it's quite steeply sloping. This tree in the middle is a veteran oak, and the housing, as you can see from this proposed section, will come in here. The housing is retained to flood zone 1 only, and that's set out within the Pullands Lane development brief, and it adheres to that brief in that respect. That's just a section looking the other way. It's the bottom end of the site looking up towards the top. Here's the River Rother. These are the affordable flats, or the flatted block. And then just whiz you through these because they are obviously on the website. These are the 3 terraces, and these are the semi-detached units. That's coming into the site. So that's the, from here, if you can see, this is the access road. And then we're looking at the proposed affordable housing block there. Those are the little 3 terraces behind. Those ones there are the 2 semi-detached, and then these are the detached units, which I should say are accessed via little, well, they're not so little because they have to take a car, but vehicular access bridges which run over a swale in front of these houses. This is a landscaping vision. It's very much water-based. The current site all along the river is very wet. And anywhere outside of flood zone 1, it's wet, it's waterlogged. So the drainage and flood strategy is as natural as it can be. It's based on a series of ponds and swales that then drain towards the River Rother. That's looking up from the bottom of the site, and that is looking at the houses that sit along the newly created road here. And these are the bridges I referred to. So there's a swale that runs in front of these units. And then these bridges, after some debate with the applicant, that's not culverted, that's an open swale, and these will be clear span bridges over the swale. Got parking, bins and access. So broadly speaking, all the individual houses have their own parking on driveways. The terraces have their parking here. The 3 terrace units are affordable units. And then the affordable flats have their parking here. There's an additional condition put on to make sure those spaces there are allocated to those flats. We've got visitor cycles here, and then we've got cycle spaces for the flats here. Again, we make sure that they can be allocated to the flats, and then individual cycle spaces are provided within the detached driveways and garages. There's plenty of space on plot for that kind of provision. Just a zoomed in version of that. So here you can see they term it unallocated residential parking, so we actually want to make sure that is allocated to this unit, these units here. And these spaces are these ones, and then we've got parking, secure parking here. Now that is just for the flats. And then we've got visitor cycle parking over here. The idea being that these will probably serve the flatted units because the houses down here have plenty of space for visitor parking. In terms of highway safety, it's important to point out that after quite a bit of negotiation, there's no objection from HCC. There are comments that the footpath widths are not sufficient, but HCC have been through a thorough assessment with the applicant and are of the view that the footpath widths vary, but they are sufficient in order to allow safe access along Pullands Lane to continue. You might hear referred to the Pullands Lane improvement scheme, which is a multi-million-pound scheme they're undertaking along Pullands Lane, and which this application will contribute to. And as I said before, the access is designed to be a dropped curve rather than a bell mouth. It should be the other way around, giving priority to the pedestrians. Green and blue infrastructure. So this is our access road. You can see a series of ponds, and there's the attenuation basin here. We've got these are the existing mature trees retained. It's very much a naturalistic approach to landscaping to let what's here already carry on growing, to keep a footpath and cycle route along here out to the bottom of the site, and to keep this area here as it will be swale space with kind of natural play. This is the current surface water drainage scheme. You can see this swale all the way along the front here, and then there's a bigger swale here which will take water runoff from the roads. And then there is a requirement for some piping to the swales because of the topography. There's also a requirement to have a pipe underneath the swale, as shown here, because of the water logging of the site. So that will actually be a wrapped pipe. And that's required to deal with the 1 in 100 climate change predictions. Public rights of way. Yes, this is an elongated drawing. So the public right, the policy requires a pedestrian cycle access through the site, which is provided by the new access all the way down the access road. And then once you reach the end of the housing, it comes along here. It's envisaged that it will be a bounded gravel path. We've got a condition on for surface material detailing. Curves around here, and then there's the allowance for it to connect with this footpath here, which currently runs along Tilmore Brook, and you can walk round to the leisure centre. This is the River Rotherlands Nature Reserve here. The applicant doesn't own this land, so there's an allowance to connect here, and that is part of the Section 106, and we will be negotiating with Hampshire County Council Public Access, who have no objections to the proposals and want to see that link made if possible. In terms of residential amenity, there's a lot of space between the back gardens of the properties on Pullands Lane and the boundary of the site, as you can see, demonstrated by these figures. We're in the 60s and the 70s. And then the closest relationship is with the properties on Rother Close. As I point out in the report, I think the closest relationship is about 27 metres, and that's here. And that's actually to back of garages in the new scheme rather than back of houses. And that is the recommendation with the change to bridleway instead of byway. That's me done.
Thank you very much. So we have, here we are, we have 3 objectors to this application who are going to speak to us now. The first one is Robin Forrest, who is representing himself and neighbours.
Well, thank you, Chair and panel. By far and away, the outstanding objection here is the proposed access between 34 and 36 in Pullands Lane. This arrangement is awkward and potentially dangerous. I happen to have known this site for 60 years, when the rugby club used the former equestrian school and paddock for training in the winter months of the late 1960s. It was always pretty soggy and towards the river actually underwater at times. However, with my naturalist and ecologist hat on, you could see what a unique habitat it was. I can only imagine that when the land was originally identified as housing development, that the access to the whole site would have been through the existing lane to remount off Pullands Lane. This is very adequate and has good sight lines. The decision to divide the site, separating the south portion from the north, has consequences, and none of them are ideal. At one time, we learned that a house on Pullands Lane or Pullands Crescent would have to go to create the access. The only comparative merit in this plan is that no house is removed. However, the proposal is a desperate idea. Pullands Lane's an extremely busy road, and at key times of day, the traffic is queued up 300 metres northbound to exit the London Road. At the point where the proposed access is, Pullands Lane is at its narrowest, with just 1 metre wide sidewalk on the eastern side. So despite what the drawings might indicate, if you look at it with your feet on the ground, an emerging vehicle has to have its bonnet into the carriageway before the driver has a view. Again, practically, if pedestrians, mums and dads with pushchairs obscure the view, this is dangerous. We have pupils from 3 local schools and 4 playgroups in this area that use this sidewalk all the time. There's no alternative. I've lived in Pullands Lane since 1982, and cars have got bigger and speeds have got faster. Sheep Parish Council has had a campaign on this, speeds for 13 years now. Speeds of 45 miles an hour plus have been recorded in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. Huge trucks regularly use Pullands Lane, and one can see opposite the proposed entrance where northbound vehicles have gone off the metal road surface and are pushing the soft verge down into the road at the side of the ditch and breaking up the edge. In conclusion, if the development itself is an ecological insult, the proposed access is a disaster waiting to happen. Thank you.
afternoon. My name is John Stockings. I'm a local resident. I just want to point out this is fact, and the reports from the people is just pure fiction. I'll come on to some of the detail of it in a second. But for example, just taking issue with 2.47 metres. Hello? Oh, we're not even gone yet. Yeah, well, he hasn't. All right, okay. Hello, everybody. Right, thanks very much. I could play this. You're probably not going to be able to see it. That's fact. What the proposal is, complete and utter fiction. Just the 2.47, that is not 2.47 metres, that path there. I measured it this morning. It's 1.18 metres. So that is incorrect. The sightline, so you've got a 219-page transport statement report, complete and utter nonsense. It's got sightline and sweep statements. I know you can't see it, but it's on page 174 in Appendix 6. To blow them up, just to give you an idea, the millimetres between traffic trying to get out of that access point is just not reality, let alone a truck and lorry. That's on page 176. No chance. Opposite it is ditches, and they've effectively on the report, it says the boundary of the whole area is something like 5.4 metres. That includes the ditches. This road is not wide. Ken Dudley, who is the representative for Hampshire County Council, I've got 3 minutes to speak. If he'd been there for 3 seconds, he would know what I'm talking about. But he spent the time for months and months and months to talk to the developer and agent, and yet wouldn't take the time to come and address the issues directly and look at it with Sheet Parish Council. He wouldn't take the time to do that. This is the independent Stage 1 audit report from M&S Traffic based in Gillingham in Kent. It's a 12-page report, but only 1 page of it is relevant. And in there it states, restricted visibility could lead to side impact collisions and rear shunts. This is a complete sham, this report. Currently, at the moment, there are 1,633 deaths in the UK. There are 29,000 serious injuries. Along that lane of Pullands Lane, there are none currently. What you're going to vote to do is going to kill and damage people. What's worse is that in their own report, there's the picture of it, but I've blown that up again, there already exists, we're going to come on to in item 9, there already exists an access track to there. But if you look at the report, it de-emphasises the size of that access track on their very own report. This is the new proposed one. That's the new proposed one. That's the existing. You can see that what they're showing is that this existing one is actually about half the width. If you look at it and scale it, these are details that are in there, apparently factual. If you look at that, that makes that path that they're emphasising there as 1.75 metres. It isn't. The photographs are there. It's all up on there. You can look at it. So the sole reason for this is purely because when we come on to the next item, the agent and the proposer has 2 houses that he wants to build, and he doesn't want the traffic from this coming through there. That's all he wants. It's material gain. It's dangerous. I urge you to refuse it just on that one. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gail Martin, who is Chair of Sheet Parish Council.
Thank you. Shall I start? Okay, thank you and good afternoon. I'll be very quick, I don't want to get cut off, and some of the points have already been made. I'd like to start by briefly saying that Sheet Parish Council thinks that the consultation done by the developer was inadequate and poor compared to others that we've experienced more happily, and that not only was the contact very limited, if non-existent with us, but also there's inadequate consideration to the points raised by people who live in the area and, as Robin Forrest said, have many, many decades now of familiarity with this plot. I'd like to make 7 points if I have time. First of all, the entrance, the narrow entrance onto the already very problematic and busy Pullands Lane at its narrowest point is inappropriate and unsafe for all traffic, and especially, of course, for pedestrians and cyclists. Sheet Parish Council requested a meeting on site of South Downs, Hampshire Highways and ourselves. it was not responded to. So we haven't been on site with those people who should have seen the situation as it is. My view is that should happen before any approval might be made. Thirdly, there is an existing track, as was just explained, coming onto London Road, along Pullands Lane, nearer to London Road, which should be kept open for cyclists and for mothers with prams and older people or handicapped people. This would allow a second exit and entrance to the site. On top of that, it would give us a chance to link up Sheet with the existing river walk, which leads on eventually to Tarrow. And that would be a real bonus for the residents of Sheet. But that access, as we saw and was just mentioned, has been closed off. Fourthly, it should be clarified whose responsibility it is for maintenance of the newly created open spaces. That needs to be addressed as part of the planning process. Fifthly, as already mentioned, but I have no shame in mentioning it again, the sight lines as you leave this new development are very poor. And the very least that should happen, hopefully not the only thing, is that the hedges on both sides, the beech hedges I believe, should be either removed completely or drastically reduced. The sixth point I would like to make, as part of the ongoing problematical, agonising development to improve safety along Pullands Lane, which some people around this table I know are intimately aware of, part of that, Udia, is
I'm very sorry, but you have run out of time.
Can I have one sentence?
I'm awfully sorry. Very quickly.
It's a planned crossing across Pullands Lane to serve Herne Primary School and beyond it churches.
Okay.
That's in the main planning, but we'd like it part
Thank you
of
very
this.
much. Thank you. I'm sorry, everybody has to get the same amount of time in this.
No, of course.
It's only fair. Thank you. So I now have one speaker in support of this application, that is Luke Smith, who is the planning agent, speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm here today to speak in support of the application as agent. This is the first of two sites within the allocation to be discussed today. The site is a key part of the strategic allocation under SD85 policy, and together with the adjacent site, it will complete the delivery of the allocated area, which meets the local plan's housing delivery target for the Sheet parish. We've worked closely with officers at the National Park Authority over several years through a detailed planning performance agreement, a series of workshops, a design review panel, and to bring forward a scheme that delivers the ambitions of the development brief. There's a layout and a drainage strategy that have been refined through ongoing dialogue through this application, resulting in what we regard as a carefully considered proposal that sits quietly and respectfully alongside the River Rother. The design concentrates development on the southern edge, preserving key views and creating a natural buffer to the river. The open space, swales, and landscape forms a connected network of habitats and green infrastructure, achieving a 10% net gain in habitat units with a 187% increase in hedgerow units and a 20% increase in watercourse units. There are 2 veteran oak trees within the site, subject to tree protection orders. Both are being protected, and they form a key part of the placemaking objective. The housing mix delivers 9 market homes and 8 affordable homes on site, with a financial contribution towards the remaining half unit, achieving the required 50% affordable housing across the allocation. This has been agreed in partnership with the adjacent landowner and developed in consultation with registered providers and East Hampshire District Council, including a 30% market value discount as agreed with officers. All homes will exceed current building regulation standards for energy and water efficiency. They'll include air source heat pumps, solar panels, battery storage, with careful attention towards ventilation and overheating mitigation. In response to earlier concerns raised by the Lead Local Flood Authority, we undertook detailed work to refine the drainage strategy with input from our landscape and drainage teams. And the confirmed strategy includes suds and swales, which is capable of mitigating surface flood risk and downstream impacts. The new access from Pullands Lane has been reviewed, subject to a series of meetings with the Highway Authority, and is supported by Hampshire County Highways. It includes a shared surface road that's designed to 20-mile-an-hour standards and a new public byway through the site, including safe, sustainable access and strong links to the existing footpath network. Visibility will be delivered and maintained in line with the site's maintenance schedule, and all highways concerns in this regard have been addressed to their satisfaction. In conclusion, this is a policy-led and well-designed scheme that balances the need for high-quality homes with the protection of the national park's landscape and ecology, and in our view, it exemplifies responsible development, reflecting the sensitivities of its setting. So on behalf of the applicants and their team, I would like to thank officers for their work under the PPA and would respectfully ask the committee members to approve the application in line with the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our public speakers. I think perhaps before we start, we better have some comment from Sarah about the challenges that have been levelled at us with regard to the width of these lanes.
Okay, so it's important to remember we're creating, or the applicant is creating a new access here. So the width of the pavement here is going to change because the new road is going in. I have not been out and measured the footpath, but we have taken advice and we've had lots of back and forth with Hampshire Highways, and I have queried the figures, and I have talked with them about the third-party representations, and they, in their latest, just read what they said, in their latest response, which is March, the proposed access has been fully assessed, taking into account submitted plans and associated information such as vehicle tracking, and there are no objections from a highway perspective. So there are no objections in terms of highway safety from the Highways Authority, and those are the people we take our lead from in terms of highway safety.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Members? Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, the first point on my list was those comments that have been made by Mr. Stockings and Mr. Forrest regarding safety and access, and some clarification of those measurements, whether they could be refuted or confirmed. I'm not sure we can, so we'll have to take what you've said on face value at this point. I would like some clarification on the drainage system. Quelle surprise. Now, is it classified as a sustainable drainage system or a drainage system? Because many of the documents presented by the applicant, such as the landscape statement and the BNG report, identify this as sustainable drainage system, and all of the benefits that go with that, including the biodiversity net gain increases, and also the wildlife and ecological value and the aesthetics of the site. So I was quite surprised to see the actual engineering drawings that seem to differ significantly from the landscape statement and the BNG report. And in that diagram you've got on the screen there, the small print next to the top attenuation pond, we have a measurement of 1 in 3 slope. I believe, I might need to zoom in, which, or it might be 1 in 5, which differs from the recommendations from the BNG report and also the landscape statement. So I'm not sure if this is a drainage system or a sustainable drainage system, and that's quite important for me. So,
Sarah?
Okay, I will try and answer that question. It is designed with the Series SUDS manual in mind. There has been quite a bit of change in terms of the drainage solutions over the course of the application. The landscaping scheme actually still refers broadly to the previous scheme, which had a different number of ponds, but the LLFA objected to because they felt it would cause flooding downstream. So as a result of that, the applicants changed the scheme to put more swales in, whereas previously they had plastic crates. I don't know whether you saw that version. So there was a scheme which had a lot of plastic crates underground down here, which we said that's not sustainable in any way, shape or form. And they have then taken those out, and we have this rather large swale that runs along here, but it is a very gently sloping swale, so I think it's 1 in 3. And we have also a condition for a new flood and drainage plan on the basis of updated groundwater overwinter groundwater monitoring. So the applicant has not, in the view of the LFFA, done enough ground winter monitoring, and they would want to see more, and then an updated, I say updated because it will still look like this, but updated strategy based on the overwinter groundwater monitoring as necessary, which we've done on previous sites before, and it's a pre-commencement condition. So they can't start works until that monitoring is done, and then they have to agree the final scheme in consultation with us and the lead local flood authority.
Thank you, sir. Okay, if the scheme has changed from the landscape statements and the BNG statements, and this is now what we're looking at as the design, then I have some significant concerns here, because we no longer have a sustainable drainage system. We simply have a drainage system. There's no treatment train in this proposal. We seem to have lost sight of, or the applicant has lost sight of, the word sustainable in sustainable drainage system. Sustainable drainage systems are intended to mimic natural processes, to remove pollution. This doesn't do that if this is the final design. What we have is a one-in, one-out setup with no sequential treatment, passing forward 3.8 litres a second, which might not sound much, but 3.8 litres a second adds up to something like 13.5 tonnes an hour of water containing urban runoff. So herbicides, salts, hydrocarbons, phosphates that are washing off the road into the surface drainage system without any treatment before it goes into the River Rother, a river that we, as an authority, place a lot of emphasis on in terms of protecting. Likewise, our policy SD17 is very clear that development should not be permitted if it doesn't improve or address or enhance water quality issues. And just a couple of days ago, we were extolling the virtues of our performance in terms of river ooze protection. Well, I don't think we should have one or the other. It needs to be across the piece. So I'm very concerned that if this is the sustainable drainage plan, if this is the drainage plan, then we're doing nothing to protect or enhance water quality. And that doesn't seem to fit with our objectives or purposes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So, sorry. I think there is filtration, natural filtration through the passing of the water between the swales, and eventually they will filter slowly. Any excess surface water will filter slowly down the swales and into the attenuation pond, where it will be attenuated before it goes out into the River Rother, is what we are advised. And I would again point out that there is a condition that requires a final drainage strategy. This is a design layout that our landscape officer is broadly content with, and that, as if you will have seen from your report, the lead local flood authority are broadly content with, but I haven't had final confirmation from them, and that's why we've got the condition that requires a further detailed submission prior to any commencement. Do you want to come back?
In which case, and I welcome that condition if this is approved, can officers take note of the fact that any final condition should contain some sort of treatment and mitigation for discharges to the river? I'm not convinced by the swale natural filtration. We've got pipes, and we've got pipes and plastic buckets that pass the water, so it's not going to slow it down effectively, and it's not going to change anything like heavy metal concentrations that would pass through a reed bed and be removed. So that sort of detail in the condition submission, I think, would be necessary. Thank you, sir.
Okay. We've got that, have we? Yes. Excellent. Thank you. Right, let's move on. Robert.
Thanks, Heather. So can you just explain why we're looking at two different applications here, this one and the subsequent one? Why, given the fact it's one site, why we're not looking at one application, given the fact that access is a major issue on this site? I fully accept your comments about what Hampshire Highway is. So just talk us through the process about why have we split this into two applications rather than dealing with what was allocated to site as one application?
Sarah.
Yes, I can. We have got two applications across one site allocation, and the principal reason for that is land ownership. So the two parcels of land are owned by separate entities. They are not connected, I have checked. And therefore, if we want the site allocation to come forward, then we have to work with both sets of landowners in order to make that happen. I do discuss that in both reports, and there is cross-reference across the site in terms of affordable housing provision, because our policy is very clear that you cannot split a site allocation in order to avoid the affordable housing provision, which the applicant has not done. They are offering the full 50% across the site allocation. So that's it's pragmatism. One party owns one and the other party owns the other. Robert?
Thank you for that. Can you therefore clarify for this site, the option of using the other access point under different land ownership was not an option? To access this site, they needed an access point off Pullands Road. They couldn't have used the other one given the existing ownership. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you. Andrew?
Thank you. Actually, further to what Robert's just said, the policy, SD85 2A, says a publicly accessible cycle and pedestrian route should be provided through the entirety of the site from Pullands Lane to the eastern boundary. And I think that's sort of the sort of point that Robert's brought up and possibly others might consider bringing up, and obviously by inference I've just brought up, says, you know, that is a problem. That is contrary to the policy, so we have got to take that into consideration. Furthermore, allied to that, the change to the recommendation is that we now have a bridle way through the site. Well, of course, I've just said that it's a publicly accessible cycle and pedestrian route. Once you start introducing horses to this site, it's a very different matter. And furthermore, what happens at the eastern boundary? They might get off Pullands Lane if they take their life in their hands and ride along it. But what happens at the eastern boundary? I don't think there's equestrian access there. I'm therefore suggesting we possibly look again at that recommendation, which is to be a cycleway and, by inference, a footpath as well, rather than a bridleway. The other thing I'd like to say is I was looking when you went through this, Sarah, when you went through the application, I was looking at the various illustrations and couldn't see any sign of any PV panels, though the agent has referred to the fact that houses will have them. It was quite a quick sort of run through of things, and I think I just got it. But there's no illustration of them. It also would appear on the drawings on the illustrations we were shown. So I would like to see that, and indeed, if they're going to be put there, they shouldn't be an afterthought. They should be integrated, so they look far better within the land, within the building itself. But coming back to what Stephen said, I won't profess to going into the sort of detail he's capable of going into, but it is a point I was going to say. A lot of that site appears to be swales and ancillary drainage schemes, and they will only work if they're maintained. And it's not a case of just that there are conditions for maintenance. The more difficult you make it, the more difficult it becomes to maintain these things and make sure they work. And we have seen sites where within just 2 or 3 years, the swales are obviously showing signs of great difficulty, not just in keeping them working as swales, but in their general appearance. I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Right. There's a number of points. I'll try and address them in turn. In terms of land ownership, public right-of-way, and what the policy says, we cannot force somebody to give us a public right-of-way through their land. Is the starting point. We have looked at the scheme and we have consulted with Hampshire County Council Countryside Access, who are happy with the proposed pedestrian and cycle route. When we say bridleway, we mean pedestrian cycle route. I think it's a legal term. I'll defer to Becky to include cycles. We can certainly change that to pedestrian cycle. We don't intend for it to be horses. Do you want to come in, Becky? Becky.
Thank you. I think if that is the intention, that it is to exclude users on horseback. It doesn't, the recommendation needs to be changed to footpath and use on bicycles.
Yes, absolutely. Is that what we're requesting?
Well, absolutely, because I didn't think it was practical to do otherwise, and I don't know, suddenly we go from having cycleway and footway to bridleway. It's a different animal altogether.
Yes, it is.
Which also enables people, which also enables driving, horse drivers to go through
Yes,
as
indeed.
well.
Yes, it does.
I think so, doesn't it?
Indeed. Have you got your hand up, Robert? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a question about this link of the, let's call it a cycleway, that's going through the site to the Rother without any plans to put a bridge, of the Drum Stream, with no plans to put a bridge over to the land owned on the other side by Peaceful Town Council. So we're putting a cycleway stroke footpath through the site to a river which you can't cross without a bridge. And there's no provision for anyone making a bridge because it's in different land ownership. How do we solve that problem? How do we ask the developer to work with the other landowner to actually make that path go somewhere in a way that can be used by the public rather than walk to one end, turn around and come back again so they can't get across the river?
It is within the section 106 to secure the public right-of-way. The idea being, in discussion with the applicant, to work with Petersfield Town Council if appropriate. The policy requires the public footpath and cycle path through the site out towards that end. We have discussed on site with our ecologists and the applicant's ecologists as to the benefit of linking that public right-of-way through to the Tilmore Brook footpath and whether that is a sensible thing to do in terms of ecology. So it's in the section 106 for further negotiation, effectively.
Content? Oh, no.
Can I? No, not content, I'm afraid. There's an awful lot of work going on by the Rotherlands group about access and about the condition of that area, working with a variety of different landowners, which means the Town Council and the District Council. I have to declare an interest. I'm obviously the District Councillor for that area. The issue is funding. If there's going to be access, there's a bridge. The bridge is going to cost money. Who's going to pay for that? How do we get that mandated in the 106 unless we say someone, and specify who that someone is, has to pay for access over a river which you can't otherwise access? So no, I fully understand the ecological implications, but that's exactly what the Rotherlands group is talking about, is how do you improve access to the Rotherlands? If you're coming from the other side of the Drum Stream, you've got to put a bridge in, but it doesn't say who's going to fund that bridge. So we're just going to be an impasse unless we're very specific about that issue.
Indeed.
So the applicant has provided the access across the site in accordance with policy to the point of where they own the land, and they can't be expected to provide the connection as part of this application, is where we are at. It's not within their gift to do it. It is within their gift to facilitate that point of access, and it is shown indicatively on the plan as a bridge. So that's as far as they've gone at this stage.
So you do see my point. It's a theoretical bridge, not a practical bridge. And if the Town Council says we're not going to pay for it, what's the point? Literally, what's the point of putting a footpath down there which doesn't go anywhere unless someone else, who we can't specify in planning, funds it?
I think the point is, and we do get this, and you've come across this before in our own work in Centurion Way and others, the point is that the more you increase the likelihood of potential links, the more people and partners in particular are likely to come forward, especially if there's funding or grants that we and others have through access forums. If you don't put it in now as far as you can, you've lost the opportunity. If you get it in as far as you can now and there's a little gap and it's owned by a public body, you have a reasonable chance of a negotiation. That's the point.
Can I follow up, Tim? I'm sorry. We have a huge sill on our balance sheet. Are we not able to say that we as a national park are going to fund a bridge for sill over that river, given the fact that we're putting in a footpath on one side of it?
Just for clarity, and members will be aware of this, we have very little sill that is not allocated or not actually being spent, very little, and indeed this committee, at the next committee, will be allocating the last bit of sill that is not spent. So there isn't a large amount sitting around, just for clarity. that's open, and that might be a very good, I'm not leading anyone, that might be a very good proposal for next year's SIL if this is granted.
Janet.
Yes, Chairman, it was really just for clarification, because I've been to the site, as you all have, and I wouldn't want to see the footpath removed, because exactly the same things that Tim has just stated, who knows what's going to happen in the future, and it would be too late to, if we didn't put it in now, to do it in the future, so I would be happy with that. The thing that I'd just like some reassurance on is the highways issue going out onto that, which is a fairly, I mean, all roads are dangerous, aren't they? Well, it's not the roads that are dangerous, it's the people that drive on them, but you know what I mean. And I'd like some assurance that we've had real due diligence from the county's highways, that they think it is a safe access. And I know that if we turned it down on that sort of thing, we probably wouldn't stand a chance of holding it, because the highways people have said it's good. But I would like to have some real reassurance that that highways is access, egress, whatever, is considered.
Comment, Sarah.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. And we have been through 3 rounds of consultation with Hampshire County Council Highways, and I have questioned the applicant, and Highways have questioned the applicant. It's been through 2 officers at Hampshire County Council, so given their rather detailed letters, I think we can be confident.
Okay, I think we've put that point to bed. Andrew.
Just briefly, and thank you for allowing me to come back. With reference to this access, I recall in the description it said that the cutting back hedges was responsibility of Hampshire County Council. But these hedges the hedges along Pullands Lane would be on the private land behind the footway, so it wouldn't be necessarily. So I suspect that the visibility displays will probably be in the hands of third parties, over which none of the, depending on who owns numbers, is it 34 and 36, the 2 houses either side, they might not want to play ball.
34 and 36 have an agreement to give over that strip of land that's required for the access and the visibility displays. So that's how they will be achieved. Any other hedges that aren't in their ownership that overhang the highway, I understand from Highways, can be trimmed back as to the required safety width.
Can be. Debbie.
Thank you, Chair. Have you got any photographs, or sorry, not so much photographs, but diagrams of the elevations of the houses that are going to be built here? Because I'm looking on our planning website at some very nice designs. However, I can't see a solar panel, an air source heat pump, or any of the things that have been mentioned in those designs. They just looked like regular, kind of eco-friendly houses.
Yeah, I do have some additional slides at the back. There we go. House type 1. The solar panels are not shown. They are referred to in the DNA statement as going on the garage roofs, set at a 10-degree angle. And we do have a condition, our standard sustainability condition, on which requires further details of all the sustainable measures that they have referred to in the design and access statement.
Happy? Rob?
I think I can say, members, that I think it showed on some of the site location plans, the site layout plan. If you look, I'm sure I saw it on one of them. The garage buildings that are set slightly back from the dwellings. The ones there, those ones. That's where they would be sort of set back there. The solar panels.
Only 4 of them?
No, you look. There's.
Oh, all the garages have got solar panels. Okay. Okay. Antonia?
Yes, I have a question about the conditions.
And I'm looking at condition 6, which includes a reference to landscape maintenance. And just picking up on Steve's question earlier about the maintenance of the swales, is it intended that that reference to landscape maintenance will cover the maintenance of the drainage system and particularly the swales? I'm looking at condition condition 6, subsection 9. Or is there some other way that we can condition effectively the maintenance of the drainage system?
So we could add swales in to the landscaping condition, but we also have condition 11, which requires the updated flood risk and drainage strategy, and it also requires that strategy to specify the responsibilities for the implementation of the SUDs, to specify a timetable for the implementation, and then provide a management and maintenance plan for the lifetime of the development. So that will cover the whole swale scheme.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Alan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I think we do need to just remind ourselves that this is an allocated site for housing development, and no doubt we could all, were it appropriate to do so, think of slightly different ways in which the allocated site could be used for housing. It's an allocated site with a requirement mentioned in the allocation that this foot and cycleway be taken through from Pullands Lane to the eastern edge of the site, which is in fact done by this proposal, as we've been hearing, even though it doesn't do the magic thing of going into the next landowner's land and providing a bridge, but it meets what's in the requirement. The Highway Authority is satisfied, as far as we can make out. The drainage authorities are satisfied, and yes, hypothetically, there could have been another development which took in, within one planning application, the subject of the next application that we're going to deal with, which I believe was once in common ownership. But nevertheless, this is development of an allocated site. It is meeting that requirement. The Highway Authority is satisfied with the access onto Pullands Lane. I'm a regular user of Pullands Lane. It's part of my route to large parts of the outside world from my bit of West Sussex. I know it's a busy road at times. I know there are queues up at the junction with what I still think of as the old A3. I can't remember what the name of the road is called, but it's now the B2070. Andrew typically is able to provide. Yeah, London Road, exactly. The old Portsmouth Road. Yeah, there are sometimes queues there. Quite a bit of that queuing is caused by inadequate and poor driving, by people wanting to turn right. You get in the way of the majority of people wanting to turn left, etc., etc. I have to say, it strikes me, looking at the illustrations of the development as was proposed, this is actually rather an attractive development. And this sort of water meadows character of it, with the houses looking down over the water meadows, looks rather idyllic, assuming we've got it right as to which bits are in flood zones 1 and 2 and which bits are actually not going to be flooded. I think this is actually an attractive residential development on an allocated site, and which we don't appear to have got any really sound technical reasons for opposing. So, although my fellow members are, inclined to think up points, especially if they're in areas that they know about, it seems to me it's actually a site which fits fairly well what one might expect from our local plan, and I'm intending to vote in favour of it.
Thank you. And remembering we're getting affordable housing on this site as well.
Yes, indeed.
Really important.
Exactly.
Robert.
The National Park today is putting out a press release which says major funding brings boost to popular river haven. Much needed improvements on the way to a nature reserve in Peacefield to make it even better for wildlife and visitors. Funding of around £350,000 will be invested to improve the Rutherlands, and it goes on to then describe what's going to happen. That's funded by the National Grid, Southern Water, East Hampshire District Council, and Peaceful Town Council. That press release I thought was coming out this morning. It hasn't actually hit the press release yet, but it is coming out shortly. So it's a huge sum of money going into the Rutherlands, and I just wanted to make sure that when we're given permission for a footpath going into it, we link it into what our own press release is saying is going to happen in that area. I hate to say there's also a quote coming out from the HDC, which I've given to that. So I knew that was coming out today. And I just want to be joined up. So it looks like the National Park Planning Committee is tying in with what our press release is saying is going on with that area. And that was what my questions earlier on was driving to. I thought the press release would have come out by now, but it hasn't. So I'm just reading out what I've got in front of me.
I think we've answered the question, though. I don't think there's anything more we can say to that. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd like to thank Alan for reminding me that this is an allocated site. Good job it's not in my notes anywhere. Thanks for that. I would also remind Alan that the images that make this such an appealing, attractive aesthetic site are for illustrative purposes only and not detailed design. And this comes back to my earlier points that when we look at the detailed design, particularly around the drainage system and the swells and the ponds that make it very idyllic and attractive, may not be there. And it certainly looks from the engineering designs that they are not there. So in terms of having grounds for not approving this, then I think this is very much at odds to SD17. It's very much at odds with the partnership management plan, and it doesn't conform with our first purpose. So we do have grounds should we wish to do so. I would just wanted to remind Alan of that, given that I've been reminded of other things. So thank you, Alan.
So where does that take us to? Does that mean you're making an alternative proposal?
Well, I would just be voting against
right.
On the current proposal.
Yes.
Chair, apologies, and this is just as advice, really. The conversation is fine, but there are conditions, and we are consistently told through appeal decisions, through planning training that you've all had, that if conditions can overcome those concerns, then one should use them. Not apropos this particular discussion you're having, but generally, where conditions can manage or ensure that the right level of details come through, you're requested to use those rather than sort of chuck it out, as it were. That's a general point rather than this one.
Okay, thank you. Stephen.
Sorry, Chair, could I just come back on that? I absolutely agree. You know, we're not here to refuse developments. We're here to make sure developments comply with our aims and purposes and our rules. A lot of this conversation and a lot of the things that I say time and time again could be avoided if, knowing that we're going to go to condition and get improvements on design, then why can't we ask the developer to bring those designs forward before we get to this stage? I mean, sustainable drainage systems, they're well established, there is industry best practice, we have it in our policies. Why do we not ask them to come to this table so we can avoid all of these conversations and not rely on conditions? Thank you, Chair.
It's a conversation we've had on a number of occasions about how many conditions come through, with things that have not been bottomed out before they get to this table, is it not? And there's a constant effort to make that happen within the timescales available and the constraints that we have. We are where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We need to make some sort of vote on this. So I would like a proposer and a seconder, please, for the proposal, given that we have a number of additions to the proposal. Do we not?
Thank you, Chair. I think the only change is where Sarah referenced the change to bridleway, we actually changed that to be footpath and cycle link. And actually that's the highlighted section under bullet point 3.
Right. Alan? Oh, you're offering your hand as the proposer? How kind. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Janet. So we have a proposer and a seconder for the recommendation that you see in front of you, with the change to the bridleway becoming a cycleway. May I have a show of hands, please? And against? And abstentions? Thank you. So that application is permitted. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let us move on to number 9, agenda item 9, which is an erection of 2 dwellings on the land adjacent to the one we just looked at. Sarah.
Okay, I will be as quick as I can. We are now looking at the top portion of the site. And this is an application for 2 units on the top portion of the site. So that's this portion here that we saw earlier, this being the whole site allocation. This top portion would use the existing access track. The access track serves, I should say, other properties. It's not just those properties, it serves other properties along there. Again, some pictures of the site, which you've seen before, so I will whiz through. I'll just go back to this one. This is a property called Remount, which was permitted some time ago and is in the report by EHDC. It's a large contemporary building right on the riverbank. So the proposals for this site, I wouldn't say they emulate that building, but they seek to fit in with the contemporary nature of that building that's now coming out of the ground. So these are the 2 large detached houses on the site. This is, again, a suds and swale surface water runoff solution, and then in terms of foul drainage, on this site it's dealt with via a packaged treatment plant. This is the Remount property, an image of it coming out of the ground. This is as you enter into the site, and here you can see the proposed 2 new dwellings. These are our proposed new contemporary dwellings. Again, we've got very long back gardens on Pullands Lane, so in terms of residential amenity, we don't have any concerns in terms of overlooking or loss of privacy. Materials, we've got a mix of long grey brick, vertical cladding, glazing, and aluminium windows and doors. That's unit 1, and then that's unit 2. There's been a bit of debate about this tree during the course of the application, T15. This is a veteran tree. This is a 15-metre RPA around the veteran tree, and we have asked them to change where this fence line was previously straight. We've asked them to kink it so that it doesn't go up to the trunk of the tree. And we have also got a condition that says hand dug only within this zone to protect that tree. In terms of sustainability, we've got a very high performance thermal envelope. We've got PV panels envisaged again on the roofs, and we've got air source heat pumps, and we've got this is the suds and swale system which is proposed, and this is the packaged treatment plant. And that is a recommendation. As I mentioned earlier, the affordable housing quota covers both parts of the site allocation, and the offer is a financial contribution in lieu of affordable housing on this particular part of the site, as I've set out in my report.
Thank you, Sarah. So we have 3 speakers against this application again, and they are the same speakers who we heard before. So we're going to start with Robin Forrest, who is representing himself and neighbours.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair. I didn't realise we were going to be able to speak on this one as well. And much of what I had to say regarding this is covered when I was talking about item 8. The consequences of the total division of the site from the previous application have created the previous application's access absurdity, which you have approved. The closeness of the existing buildings, as well as those of the proposed houses on the ecologically sensitive riverbank, is a worry. We currently have kingfishers, herons, egrets, and there's evidence of otters monitored by the River Rother Trust. And frankly, I think you can say goodbye to all of that. And if the ambition to introduce beavers in the river is fulfilled, that's going to be quite exciting, isn't it? The entire site could be inundated, which would be at least interesting. However, the access to this site from Pullands Lane via the existing track is very adequate, with excellent sight lines. And of course, it's only just 50 yards from the London Road junction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Stockings, who is representing himself.
Actually, I probably, given what's just gone on in the other application, I've probably got better things to do. It's my wedding anniversary. I've taken a day off work to come here. I'm absolutely astounded that a planning officer doesn't even know the width of the path there, and you've listened to her. I've measured it this morning. You're quite welcome to come and have a look at it. That's gone. Absolutely astounded that you haven't listened to what Stephen said and Rob said about they've got intimate knowledge of this. And I think looking at a glossy brochure and saying, oh, that looks quite nice, is a disgrace. So on the previous application and relating to this, when a child, because that path is only 1.1 metres width, when a child is lying dead in that road, I'm going to look back at, I'm going to keep a recording of this. Because I think your actions have been an absolute disgrace. And I'm absolutely amazed that the council officers here, Tim Slaney and Sarah Round, can stand up here and talk in that fashion about, oh, we're quite content. We've spoken to highways councils about these applications. The chap in charge of this has had a, hello mate, how are you? You all right? Yeah, email train that it's a disgrace. And it's all actually documented in the planning application here. Even in their own transport thing, they talk about having done, it's not funny, Sarah, they've talked about doing a measurement of traffic along that lane. Even in their own documentation, the Highways Council said, oh, I assume you did this, during the school term. The reply was, yes, we did. They didn't. Churches, which is by a country mile the biggest user of that road for school traffic, was closed. They did it on the 7th to the 13th of December in 2022. I think the oversight you've shown here is a disgrace. I'd be absolutely ashamed of it. And I think that the response from Tim Slaney and Sarah Round about this have been a disgrace. Oh, I haven't actually visited. I don't know this, the width of this. And I think when Stephen talks about the floodplain there, you only have to look at the documentation to understand, and the pictures have been shown to say, this is going to be a flood waiting to happen. And when that happens, you might reflect upon what's going on here, because you can talk in theory about all the things you want, but in practice, they're not going to work. And that site and that access track that is currently shown up there as really narrow is actually wider than the other one. But it suits this bloke who's going to put these two houses up to split the site, because he doesn't want the traffic.
Run out of time.
He doesn't want the traffic passing his houses.
Will you please leave the table?
And the inconvenience of that.
Will you please
but he's
leave
quite
the table?
happy to allow
your
danger
time is
on
over.
his road.
Will you please leave the table?
Thank you.
And our third speaker is Gail Martin, Chair of Sheet Parish Council.
If you live locally, you can understand that passion, because you can see the dangers waiting to happen, and I quite endorse that.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you because you're not speaking into the microphone.
Oh, I'll say again. I quite understand that degree of passion when you know what the local situation is and you've done the measurements and you see the discrepancies here. So I quite understand it and I wouldn't criticise it. What I do regret is that this used to be a historic one area with a nice usable access on it. Since this development, that has been divided into two, and this historic ongoing access which residents have had to the river and to the sports ground there has now been closed off. So what is happening here is that two families in those two houses are going to be privileged with a safe access, only a few houses there, out onto London Road. The other 17 families that are going to be in this new development on this extremely dangerous single narrow access are going to be denied unless you get some courage now and agree that the historic access, which only needs minimal development, it's perfectly usable, be opened up and allowed to mothers dashing to school with toddlers and with primary school age children and other people cycling, which not only would increase the safety, but would give access to the river, which at the moment you can't get through going down that access. So I hope you will look at the round. I know you're supposed to declare these, look at these things separately, and you made the point, Mr. Mokata, that I think it was you, said, why are these separated? They shouldn't be separated. Sheet Parish has no objection to 2 houses being built there. It's the question of access for some and denial of safety and well-being to the other who happen to be in the majority. So please look at it in the round and do what I think you should do.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Luke Smith, who is the planning agent.
Thank you again, members. This proposal seeks permission for 2 self-build dwellings, and it represents a carefully considered and well-resolved response to the site allocation, the development brief, and the aspirations of the landowners. The applicants and my clients have been engaged in promoting the site for development since well before its allocation in the local plan. It's with great sadness to note today that one of the applicants, Mr. Mike Garner, sadly passed away before reaching this stage. After many years of working towards the creation of his family home, it's a big shame that he won't see it built. However, the home will stand as a legacy, and it will stay within the immediate family who are going to build it out and enjoy it in his memory. From the outset, the applicants entered into the PPA with the National Park Authority in close working with P&H Properties, the applicant for the southern parcel. The process has shaped a scheme that reflects the aims of well-designed housing, a sensitive relationship with the River Rother through its careful setbacks and placement of suds and treatments, and it delivers the meaningful contribution towards affordable housing, which is integral to the delivery of the development brief. This access point has been subject to discussion through the site promotion and the allocation stage, and it has the capacity to accommodate the additional units. The design is contemporary, but it's sensitive. It uses natural timber cladding. It uses green roofs to complement the adjacent property remount. Both homes will incorporate air source heat pumps, solar panels, and battery storage, as we've seen in Sarah's presentation. And again, it exceeds current building regulation standards. They're also committed to addressing sustainable drainage, overheating, and light pollution, which is evident from the design, and purposeful overhangs on areas of fenestration. The landscaping proposals incorporate rain gardens and swales. There are hedgehog highways, birds, bat boxes, native planting. The veteran oak tree is protected, and it will be retained and safeguarded. The application offers a financial sum towards the delivery of 50% affordable housing across the whole of the site, which is delivered in partnership with the other landowner, which reflects my client's commitment to a collaborative response and approach. In summary, these are self-build units which support the government's ambition to diversify housing delivery, offering opportunities for applicants to design their dream home. The impact is low and the benefits are well aligned with the purposes of the National Park. So in conclusion, we believe that the application demonstrates a positive and proactive and respectful approach to development in a protected landscape. And again, I ask for members' support in following the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, members, it's now down to you. I don't need to remind you that we are only looking at this application that we have in front of us, not the one we've just already determined. Who would like to start? Antonio.
Just on a point of fact, was the traffic survey done when Churches College was closed? This was apparently 17th to 30th of December 2022, because that does seem to be quite a material point.
There was some back and forth on the traffic surveys between the applicant and Hampshire County Council, and that point was made to Hampshire County Council, who evaluated the additional information the applicant submitted and found the transport assessment to be sound. So
was Churches open or closed?
I haven't got it with me, so I can't check it.
Who else had this? Somebody else had the hand up over here. No? No comments? No comments? Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I won't labour the points that I've previously made. However, to say the agent has just referenced SUDS several times, i.e. sustainable, and I hope that we hold the applicant and the agent to account on that. We do have the additional risk for the River Rother here, of course, by the foul sewer being a direct discharge point via the attenuation pond to the River Rother. I accept that there's a large ester in there, but what I would like to understand is why they're not being required or asked to connect to the foul sewer that serves the rest of the development, which is a distance of something like 30 metres. Can I get some clarification on that, please?
Good question. Sarah?
There was no objection from EHDC or the EA to the proposed solution. I don't know why they are not choosing to connect, but I don't think it's something we could force them to do.
Okay. You want to come back?
Yes, thank you. Whilst I respect the comments from external parties, I do think we could be masters of our own destiny, perhaps, and put this conversation together with the developers ourselves, rather than it sort of being picked up here and tossed around when it could have been done beforehand. So that would, I think, be a positive development. But coming back onto the traffic issue, I'm just wondering, could the concerns of the local community be in some way assuaged through traffic calming measures either side of the Bellmouth? I realise I don't want to design after the proposals, but just that very quick question, why are we not doing that?
Must be part of a bigger scheme.
There is a highways contribution as part of the scheme that you've just granted, and that does go towards safety works on Pullands Lane improvements, which is a Hampshire County Council run scheme.
Okay. Andrew?
Yes, thanks. There was the illustrations we were shown showed PV panels, one of the illustrations that Sarah gave in, but they seem to be on a roof which also had, it was a green roof too. Green roofs are difficult enough to maintain at the best of times. If there's a meaningful amount of solar panels on top of a green roof, I can foresee tears at bedtime.
It's actually quite common nowadays for green roofs to have solar panels on. You just have to make sure that the specified planting is the right type of planting underneath the solar panels.
Okay. Anybody else? Alan?
Yes. Completely different point. As a dyed-in-the-wool postmodernist, it makes my stomach turn sometimes when I see buildings designed in this sort of 1960s style, which these two are described as contemporary. They're not. They're rather sort of, as I say, 60 years ago sort of style. I wouldn't design them like that.
But you're not designing them.
I question,
What is your point?
I question the taste of anybody who wants to live in them. But I'm not trying to persuade the planning system that it shouldn't have a permit houses that when people want to live in them. So I am in favour of granting planning permission in spite of the fact that I wouldn't want those houses.
Are you proposing the planning, the recommendation then?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. May I have a seconder, please? Paul, thank you. May I have a show of hands to support this recommendation, please? Thank you. And object? Steve, 1. So that is permitted. Thank you very much. 1:15, I wonder whether we should... I think we'll go on and do agenda item 10. This will be the last of our housing application. So is Sarah doing this one as well? No. Oh. Okay, let's move on to agenda item 10. Philly is taking us through this one. Members, are you ready to listen to Philly? Are all the members ready to listen to Philly? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I will try and be efficient. There were no updates from me on the update sheet, just one brief verbal update, just to confirm that officers have carried out the habitat regulation assessment and that Natural England have been consulted. We just await their response. The application site is located to the south of Clements Close, an existing residential cul-de-sac south of the village of Binstead. The site is accessed via an existing turning head at the southern end of Clements Close. I'll show you pictures of that in a moment. The site is within the designated settlement boundary. This aerial view shows the site as an agricultural field. You'll notice from future photographs that it's rather overgrown now. This does not portray it to be overgrown, but it is rather overgrown now. The site is bound to the south and east by mature tree belt. To the north and west are existing residential properties of Clements Close and Thurstons. The site is relatively flat, if a little uneven. Public right-of-way 28 runs around the northeastern corner of the site. I don't have a plan of that, but it basically runs down here. There's an existing 11 kV electricity cable that runs north-south across the site. It goes across here. And the site is allocated for 10 to 12 dwellings under the local plan policy SD60. So taking you through some photographs of the site. So this is the existing Bellmouth junction at Clements Close. So Clements Close ends here and the site is there. This is within the site looking out towards that existing junction there. And this is further afield looking at the junction. These photographs are from within the site looking towards the existing residential properties. So you can see some of the overgrown nature of the site that I was referring to. So these dwellings here are Clements Close, and these ones running along this side are Thurstons. These are photographs showing the treed boundaries of the site. Here you can see some of that electricity infrastructure that runs across the site as well. Again, you can see the scrubland that has grown up within the site. And these, you'll see references within the report to an existing access to the field beyond. This just shows that access is there, and it's just an agricultural field that is beyond the site there. So turning to the proposed site plan, the application proposes the erection of 10 dwellings arranged around a sweeping access through the site. The development would provide 7 market dwellings, of which 4 are 3 beds and 3 are 4 beds, and 3 affordable dwellings, 2 are 2 beds and 1 is a 3 bed. There would be 23 parking spaces, including 3 visitor spaces, and that accords with our standards. 4 cycle parking spaces would be provided per dwelling, and a footpath link is provided through the site to the edge of the applicant's ownership to public right-of-way 28. I'll come on to that in a bit more detail later, but just to show that the link would be provided there. The existing power lines would be rerouted underground, which is considered to be a benefit of the proposal. So I've provided some of the elevations, not all of them, but just to give you an idea of some of the designs. So plot 1 is referred to as sort of the gateway dwelling into the site, and it's the largest one in the development. This elevation here is what you would see as you approach through Clements Close, and you'll see that there's PV panels there. These are, as I say, I've not provided every dwelling, don't worry, but I've reproduced, these are a few of the examples of the dwellings. Here we've got plots 3, 8 and 10, as I've indicated their location within the site. Here we have a few street elevations. The top section here is looking east, beg your pardon, west. So as if you were walking along the access, you would see this. And the bottom one is looking north through the site. guess this shows sort of demonstrates the variety of materials that would be used across the site to create some variation. In terms of trees, not the greatest plan, but this is the tree protection plan, and it's important to note that the dwellings have all been located away from this boundary so that as much as possible that treed boundary can be retained, which is important for the landscape character, because this is not only the boundary of the site but the boundary of the settlement. So it really enables as many trees as possible to be retained, and actually there aren't many proposed to be removed as part of the site coming forward. So in terms of the main considerations, the principle of development is established. The site is within the settlement of Binstead and it's allocated for 10 to 12 dwellings. Therefore, it's acceptable that the principle of development is coming forward. In terms of the housing mix, as I said, the development would provide 2 2-beds, 5 3-beds and 3 4-beds, which is considered to be a good mix across a small scheme. The application was originally submitted without any affordable housing. However, following an independent viability appraisal, the application now includes 3 affordable units, and officers are satisfied that this is an appropriate level of provision following the work that's been undertaken. Those 3 affordable units, 2 would be shared ownership and 1 would be affordable rent. So turning to the landscape and design, the current layout has, as I say, has enabled the dwellings to be set well back from the treed boundaries of the site, maintaining that important countryside edge, which I think is a positive. There have been a number of amendments to the scheme over the course of the process which have resulted in the bulk and mass of the dwellings being reduced and a greater level of variety employed across the materials used. All dwellings would have PV panels and air source heat pumps. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the proposed foul and surface water drainage strategies are considered acceptable subject to the submission and agreement of the final details. They'd be secured via condition. In terms of highways, rights of way and parking, Hampshire Highways consider the proposal to be acceptable in terms of access, visibility and highway safety. There's obviously that existing bell mouth at the entrance to the site. 20 allocated spaces, 2 per dwelling and 3 visitor spaces are considered to be acceptable, and bike storage would be provided for 4 bikes for each dwelling. Policy SD60 requires the provision of a footpath link to footpath 28. As I said, that runs down the eastern boundary of the site. The footpath link is being provided by the development up to the edge of the land ownership. Following discussions with Hampshire Countryside Service, a contribution towards the local rights of way network would be secured in lieu of the actual connectivity. Having discussed that in detail with them, quite a lot of engineering works would be required by the County Council to provide that link. The changes in levels are quite prominent, so a lot of work would be provided, and it was actually Hampshire's suggestion at this stage that a contribution is more appropriate, but I think it is a positive that the link is provided, much like with what the scheme we were just discussing, that should funding come forward in future, that opportunity hasn't been lost through the layout. So I think that's a positive. In terms of trees, ecology and biodiversity, there's a limited number of trees that would be required to be removed, and that's considered acceptable by the tree officer. Avoidance, mitigation and compensation strategies are secured via condition to ensure there's no harm to protected species, and biodiversity net gain would be secured on and off site via Section 106 agreement, as I've set out in the report. In terms of amenity, officers are aware of a number of neighbouring occupiers that have raised concerns about the proposal, and we do recognise that the development of the site would alter the relationship between those existing dwellings and the site. However, we're satisfied that the proposal would not result in material harm to residential amenity. The proposed development is considered to provide an acceptable standard of accommodation for future occupiers too. So as noted on the recommendation, which I'll come on to, the recommendation is subject to the completion of a Section 106 to secure the affordable housing, the BNG and the rights of way contribution. And touching again on the habitats regulation assessment, Natural England have concluded that the development would not have a significant adverse impact on statutory protected nature conservation sites, the Wealden Heaths too in this case. They have confirmed that that wouldn't be a problem, but we've carried out a HRA for completeness anyway and await their comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Philly. So we have no speakers against this application, and we have one in support, who is the agent, Jack Higson, representing Priory Investment Group.
So I'd perhaps ambitiously written good morning, so it'll be an item 10 on the agenda, but good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. I'm the agent acting on behalf of our client, Priory Investment Group, regarding this planning application. My client wishes me to pass on his apologies that he's unable to speak to you in person today. He had a previous family engagement which prevented his attendance, so he would have come himself. Our client has owned the site, which is allocated in the local plan for residential development for a number of years, and now wishes to develop the site whilst respecting the national park context and neighbouring properties. Our proposals are a bespoke, landscape-led design response to the site, which includes specifically designed house types and a mix of units in line with local plan policy. I will now outline some key benefits of the scheme. Delivery of 10 much-needed sustainable new homes, including 3 affordable units, tested through a robust viability process working with your officers on an allocated site, which will help address the local housing need for all types of housing in the area. A landscape-led approach to development with a corresponding drainage strategy, which includes a sustainable drainage system.
I wonder if you could speak just slightly more slowly.
Yeah, sorry.
We can hear more clearly.
And a highways design which is acceptable to Hampshire highways with a policy-compliant number of spaces for both cars and cycles provided across the site. Additionally, we have a footpath link to the local network as required by local policy and will make with the requisite connection. Biodiversity net gain of 10% will be secured through the purchase of off-site credits as well as an on-site landscape strategy. As both myself and your officer have noted, the site is allocated for residential development in the local plan and has been since that plan's adoption in 2019. As a result, the principle of residential development on the site is established and attention should be focused on the design and quantum of development proposed. Significant work in collaboration with officers has been undertaken and several rounds of consultation and amendment have taken place since the initial pre-application advice meetings in 2023 and the submission of the application in 2024. We're delighted that following this work, all matters have been satisfied and your planning officers have recommended approval of our application, and we thank them for their valued input and detailed committee report. In summary, the proposed development represents a well-considered and sustainable proposal aligned with local planning policy and delivers significant benefits to the local community. Thank you for your time, and we respectfully request your support for this application.
Thank you. Members? Robert.
Thanks, Heather. I've got no real issues with this, but I've got a question about affordable housing. And my question is, we've had similar sites elsewhere in the park with small numbers of affordable housing, 3, 4, 5, where there's been no housing association wishing to take them on. Mm-hmm. I'm just interested in how we deal with that issue to make sure that we actually get them built as affordable housing, particularly if there's no housing association that wants to take them on. I'm just interested in how we try and solve this issue for small sites like this in rural locations where there doesn't appear to be an organisation that wants to take on the affordable housing that we've mandated they build.
This is a very fair comment. Who's going to take that?
I mean, I know it's an issue that we're all very aware of here in the planning team. I guess this application has been assessed against policy requirements, and we've worked hard with the viability situation to start the starting point of having 3 affordable units that will be delivered on site, and that is policy compliant, and that's very much what the aims and priorities of the park are. Maybe there's a wider discussion perhaps about the deliverability of affordable housing, if you don't mind, Tim.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the short answer is we're widening our net quite considerably about who we will consider, or indeed who will come forward and help provide these, whether it's community land trusts, whether it's dedicated rural housing associations or similar. And in fact, we've got ongoing dialogue as we speak with some of those groups. We're also lobbying Homes England around greater support for these smaller rural schemes. So there's not an immediate answer as in I don't know who's going to take this particular one on, but there is definitely a wider pool than there used to be because there's a greater number of these smaller sites coming forward. They do have extra costs, as you'd imagine, but there are groups willing to take them on. One we're talking to recently is called Zero, for example.
Can I come back on that? Because I'm really delighted to hear that. But the issue is, have we considered taking a contribution in lieu so that the 10 houses are built on site, we take a contribution and then we find the site with the organisation to actually build the affordable housing somewhere we think it will get built. I'm just very aware we had a similar site in East Mearn where the affordable housing didn't get It's still sitting there, it's unsolved. It's a common problem in small sites. Have we considered taking contributions in lieu? I know it's not our policy, but actually in terms of getting the houses built, that might be a much more effective way of actually doing it than having them sit there without an RHA taking them on.
Not on this particular site. We have actually done that in the past. You as a committee have said, do you know what, we'll take an off-site contribution in lieu. The reason our policy as it is, and it's been through yourselves and it's going through in a local plan review, is that there is very good evidence that in fact you end up building a pot quite large, and you referred earlier to the sill pot, but many authorities have a large Section 106 pot for affordable housing that remains unspent because they can't find the sites to get rid of it. So what you and the local plan requires of us to speak to agents and applicants is in the first instance on site, assuming it can be delivered, and only later going back to an off-site contribution, which, as I say, we have done, and there is Section 106 money there, but it's then the issue of trying to find a willing owner to give that site up.
Ongoing discussion and considerations. Who else had a hand up? Debbie.
Thank you, Chair. A point of clarification, if I may, from our officers. In item 10.4.5, HCC Highway Authority, it states, no objection subject to conditions. If I actually look at the response document that's in the planning application website from Ken Durdley, consultant transport planner, having regards to the above comments, the Highway Authority would recommend a holding objection based on the requirements for further submissions. So that's the same thing. And that was actually the wording in the Pullands Lane application as well.
Philip.
Thank you. I've had several iterations of responses from the Highway Authority, and the most recent one raises no objection subject to conditions. So they, earlier on in the process, there were objections from the Highway Authority, but those have been overcome. So there is a later response on there from them. Okay.
Okay. Andrew?
Yes, I'm surprised Stephen hasn't come in before me on this. It's a SUDS issue. Para 6.36, where it refers to the fact that the site, the infiltration is very bad, and in consequence, the officers recognise that a more landscape-led solution be explored, and given that ground infiltration has been demonstrated to be poor, the proposed drainage scheme is acceptable and is considered to be in accord with the requirements of SD50. And SD50 says that development proposals should be permitted where they ensure that there is no net increase in surface water runoff, taking account of climate change. I mean, does this site accord with that?
Thank you. So it's slightly unusual, this site, in that they will be discharging surface water runoff to the foul sewer. Due to the infiltration rates, that has been agreed between Thames Water and the lead local flood authority. So the sort of kind of unique situation here has been agreed between those parties. And as I say in the report, we would have liked to have seen more SUDs designed into it. There are some included. We'd have liked to have seen more, but given the infiltration issues at the site and the other viability issues within the scheme, we consider that it is acceptable.
Stephen.
Well, the reason is, Chair, because I haven't had the opportunity yet. No, that's not the case, actually. I read the details of the design and the discharge of the foul sewer, and combined sewers are unusual these days, but they're not unheard of, and as long as the local sewer capacity and the pumping stations and the treatment works can take care of those, I'm happy with that. And Thames Water, I think, have not expressed any concern with that. So I was actually going to let that one slide, Andrew, but thanks for raising it. The point I was going to make was regarding biodiversity net gain. I've seen a statement of intent from the developer. It's my understanding from the legislation that there should be a metric rather than a statement. But you know, if you're happy with it, that's fine with me. Great amount of respect for the professionalism of our officers here. We are very lucky at the park, so I will not make any bones about that. But what I would like to ensure is that the BNG units that are procured through credit accord with the legislation in terms of how the land was either in 2020, which is when the legislation start date for BNG on-site conditions commences, or if the site is developed into a different habitat during that time, then whichever is better is the baseline for the unit procurement, or indeed the on-site provision. And the reason I do mention this is because a couple of times a day we've heard the word overgrown. And that could also be seen as mature functional habitat, depending on your point of view. So having the mindset of overgrown, and therefore it should be like a grazed paddock rather than what it is, may be underselling the biodiversity net gain value of that site. So just wanted to make that point, but I'm sure you're all on top of it. Thank you.
Do you have a comment to make? No? Okay, thank you.
Can I just say?
Yes.
Hold that thought for the item later about the government planning reforms. I know it's later on your papers, but there's a big discussion about what the baseline should be, and you know the pressure B&G is under generally. But
yes, as of now. Okay, do I have a proposer and a seconder for this? Alan and Paul want to propose and second? And may I have a show of hands, please, in support of this application? Thank you very much. That's carried unanimously. We'll break now for lunch. Better late than never. Sorry? Oh, and half an hour. So until 10 past. agenda item 11.
Can't hear you, Heather.
We're at agenda item 11, which is the below-ground cable connecting to the local distribution network at Singleton oil field. Oh, sorry, Stephen.
No,
Oh, Alan. It's Alan.
yeah, Madam Chairman, just quickly.
Yes.
When we dealt with declarations of interest this morning, I hadn't cast my eye down as far as the second sheet of the public speakers. I have subsequently noticed that one of the two public speakers against this proposal at Singleton that we're about to go on to is someone who, Emily Mott, the second public speaker against, is someone who is a fellow resident of the parish where I live and neighbour, as it were, in that sense, who I know quite well. On the other hand, this application relates to Singleton, which is about in a completely different parish, about 12 miles east, and also I have never discussed this matter of this application or related matters with Emily Mott. So I do know her, but socially, as it were, but not in any way remotely connected with this application or with Singleton. So I'm taking the view that that is not a prejudicial interest.
Yes.
But I do need to declare it.
Thank you, Alan. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I, on the other hand, have a wide range of prejudicial and pecuniary interests in this application, and I will be recusing myself for the duration.
Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right. So, Sam, please take us through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm presenting agenda item 11, which seeks full permission for the installation of below-ground high-voltage cables to connect on-site generators at Singleton Oil Well to the A286 and the national grid. Just by way of a brief update, members just note that the site plan, boundary plan on page 150 of your reports is slightly out of date. The plan here is the one that was considered during the course of the application. The other one was put in error. So for the site context, Singleton oil field is a established well site located in the Singleton Forest between Cocking and Singleton. The site consists of an access track between the A286 and the well site. So as you can see here, it's the A286 down there. We've got the access track follows the orange line you can see there to the well site in the centre. These are some photos of the access track. Just now, if we go back, if you can see just briefly there, the application site does very slightly enter the oil well site. That's just where the cables would connect into the generators. Here we have some photos of the access track, so we can see it is a tarmac track, approximately 8 metres wide and 1.4 kilometres long from the well site all the way through to the main road. So approximately 1.1 kilometres of the access track travels through an area of ancient woodland. This is ancient replanted woodland, and it's shown here in brown. Ancient woodland covers a large area of Singleton oil well site. There are no residential properties within the immediate vicinity. However, there is a public right-of-way which crosses the track just there. You can see that follows on through the forest. So the proposal involves the installation of underground cable between Singleton oil field and the A286 national grid. The cable would be approximately 1.4 kilometres long and routed primarily within the existing track, as the photos have shown there. A short section of the cable would be laid in the verge alongside the track, however not within the ancient woodland. The cable would be completely undergrounded with inducting, and no above ground infrastructure is proposed at all. The cables are proposed so as to export energy from on-site generators. These generators, the generators and the export of energy has previously been approved within an alternative permission. The connecting cables were intended to be installed via statutory undertaker originally. So within that original permission, where the generators were approved, it was understood that the cable to connect to the national grid would be installed by a statutory undertaker. However, the applicant is now seeking to install these cables privately and therefore requires full planning permission, which is what we've got before us now. So the key considerations for this one, in this instance, is the ancient woodland and ecology, landscape visual impacts, highways, and the screening for the potential need for an environmental impact assessment. The proposal is considered acceptable in principle. It doesn't constitute major development and aligns with the established use of the site. In regards to how the cable would be laid, as I've already outlined, the cable will be undergrounded primarily within the existing track, and the trench would be excavated to 1.4 metres deep and 0.75 metres wide. The cable would then sit within that trench and within ducting as well. The route has been designed to avoid route protection areas, and additional mitigation measures are proposed within the ancient woodland. These include hand digging near tree roots, protective fencing, and dust control methods. This includes this section here, just shows you roughly how works would be delivered. So you can see from that there's fencing either side to maintain all works onto the track. All spoil would be kept within the track and all machinery in the track. This is to protect the ancient woodland on either side. So these details have been reviewed and deemed acceptable by the authority's tree officer. However, it is noted that the Woodlands Trust have maintained their objection. This is due to the track's classification as ancient woodland and the potential indirect impacts of construction. Just to go back and clarify there, so if we look at this one here, the brown area is ancient woodland. That entire area is designated as ancient woodland, including the track itself. So whilst the track is a tarmac road, technically it's classified as ancient woodland. So as outlined within the officer's report, officers are satisfied that the potential impacts to this ancient woodland have been satisfactorily mitigated via the method set out above and within the report, and there will be no loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats within the ancient woodland. So for highways and immediate impacts, construction is expected to last around 3 weeks and will be delivered in sections, reinstating the track at the end of each day. So it'll be a rolling section down the track with the track fully accessible at the end of each day. There's no unacceptable impacts to nearby residential properties and no long-term amenity impacts are anticipated. It's worth noting that of the 3 weeks the works are intended to take, excavation would be about a week in the middle of that, with setup and set down afterwards. As the cables are undergrounded, the track would be reinstated and there's no long-term visual impacts anticipated. So in regard to objections we have received, there have been concerns raised that the proposed cables and the previously approved generators have been artificially subdivided so as to avoid full consideration of the proposal as a whole, and so as to circumvent the requirement for an environmental impact assessment. Officers have reviewed this matter in detail and have had our opinion checked by our legal team, who are satisfied there's been no attempt made to bring the proposal forward in a piecemeal fashion, and the original consent for on-site generators made full consideration of the connecting cables, albeit these were intended to be delivered through statutory undertaker. The authority has additionally screened the proposal within this application for an environmental impact assessment. This has concluded that the development does not require an environmental impact assessment. The screening opinion has considered the scheme as a whole, including the cumulative impact of the cable and the generation of electricity on site from the generators. So in conclusion, the proposal is considered acceptable in principle and in accordance with relevant planning policies. It would not result in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitat and would conserve the character of the area. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. So we have 2 speakers against this application, and the first one is Philip Maber, representing himself as a neighbour.
Hi, my name is Philip Maber and I live about 900 yards from the Singleton oil well site. I'm here to raise serious concerns about the feasibility and risks of this latest plan. The site has a long, troubled history stretching back decades. Enforcement has been weak, and the oil company often claims proposals with planning permission were not economically viable, creating a cycle of delay and avoidance of accountability for pollution. Strict controls like a ban on flaring except in emergencies are planned. The definition of an emergency remains vague and enforcement is uncertain. The Environment Agency requires the use of best available techniques to control pollution, but permits lack limits on emissions. The plan to generate 5 megawatts of electricity, of which only 2 megawatts is accepted by the local transformer, raises questions about how excess waste gases, volatile organic compounds, will be safely managed. The proposed generators exceed recent planning permissions, which were not properly disclosed to the public. Supplying hydrogen to the generators poses logistical and environmental challenges, increasing greenhouse gases. Extracting oil from depleted deposits requires more stimulation, increasing waste gas production and pollution risks. Laying 4 miles of high voltage cable from Singleton to Midhurst will disrupt local communities, especially Cocking. The project timeline is absent. It conflicts with expiring site tenancy lease, planning permissions and Environment Agency permits. Site restoration plans are absent, prioritising the company's profits over the environment. Recent EA permits for radioactive waste at the site raise safety concerns about the waste gases. Noise pollution from the generators will be severe, but outdated surveys are being used. Laying the cable along the centre line of the access road is dangerous. The fire service must have access 24/7. Fire risk is high due to hot running generators, metal fatigue in pipes, possible sparks, explosive atmosphere and the proximity to mature conifer plantations. Critically, West Sussex Fire and Service were not consulted. I urge the committee to reject. I've still got time. This application is part of a piecemeal approach designed to avoid a full independent environmental impact assessment, which is urgently needed. I urge the committee to reject this salami slice of mini power station application or at a minimum impose stringent conditions to better protect the environment and local communities.
I'm afraid you have run out of time. Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Mott, who is representing Weald Action Group.
Hi, I'm Emily Mott. I'm representing Weald Action Group, Singleton Forest Watch, and I'm a member of the Southeast Climate Alliance. I'm also campaign lead for the UK methane campaign supported by the Clean Air Task Force. I'm absolutely for sustainable planning that reduces emissions. That's what I work for. This application is misleading. For over 30 years, since 1993, the operators at Singleton have had permission to electrify gas. Instead, they vented, burned, and deliberately leaked millions of tons of dangerous greenhouse gases and VOCs into the atmosphere. The current operator was also found in breach of planning for illegally importing radioactive wastewater from other sites. Over the past 7 years, we've gathered data showing a consistent failure to regulate, monitor, or control emissions. Operators have historically been permitted to pollute. Our site visits have exposed methane leaks and other pollution, which we've reported to authorities. Singleton Forest Watch worked with King's College Legal Clinic, and last year, our solicitors, Lee Day, issued a pre-action protocol for judicial review against the Environment Agency for failing to regulate. Now, the operator proposes capturing waste gas and feeding it to the grid. While this can be positive, it's also a last-ditch attempt to justify continued oil production. This is being presented as a minor amendment, but it's clearly linked to the previously approved generators and the cable to Midhurst. You even mentioned the generated gas, which isn't really part of this, apparently. Without this infrastructure, those generators can't operate. This is salami slicing to avoid proper scrutiny. In 2023, Singleton released 3.2 million tons of carbon dioxide, the equivalent of 1.6 million cars. That's in 2023. Electrifying fossil gas is not decarbonization. The CO2 emissions will not be lowered with this scheme. Methane leaks, flaring will continue, vast amounts of water will be extracted to support production, and toxic wastewater will be dumped below ground, threatening our vulnerable aquifer. Singleton is an aging oil site, not designed for increased gas production. Its contribution to UK energy security is tiny, 0.006%, and most of that, 87%, is exported to the global market. Full restoration is due by 2031. By the time this infrastructure is built, only a few years will remain. This site is within a national park and a source protection zone. In light of biodiversity loss and climate change, we urge you to reject this application and fully assess the cumulative environmental impact. If you do approve it, we request that agreement to accept all the electricity 24/7 is essential. Otherwise, this application is a cable to nowhere. All excess gas must be exported. If the grid cannot accept it, it must not be flared and vented. An environmental impact assessment should be required.
I'm very sorry, but you have run out of time.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. So our final speaker is Jonathan Rowlatt, who is representing the applicant, Star Energy Group PLC.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. The committee report sets out a balanced review of the proposals, which in essence seek the minor disturbance of an existing tarmacked private access road for a very temporary period in order to lay a cable which will enable the cessation of flaring from the adjoining well site. The environmental and wider benefits of the proposal strongly outweigh the very minor and temporary environmental impacts associated with the cable laying process and disturbance of this section of hardstanding. It must be reiterated that the application before you purely seeks consent for the laying of a cable. It is noted that a number of comments have been received regarding the wider operations of the applicant, which bear no relevance to these proposals, and to which we have already provided a full response. All other existing ongoing operations connected with the wider site are consented and form no part of the consideration of this application. There will be no operational impacts as a result of the cable, and therefore the only matters to be considered are any specific temporary impacts caused by the physical process of laying the cable. As set out within the committee report, the cable will be entirely underground, therefore following the backfilling and resurfacing of the small trench in the road will result in no visual impact. In relation to visual impact during the laying works, the process will only take a matter of weeks, well days for the laying, weeks in total, so any minor disturbance of the tarmac will be temporary. Backfilling of the trench as works progress means that any visual impact will be insignificant and short term. Following the temporary excavation and laying works, which will only occur during weekday working hours, and as a result of plant activity, there will be no noise emissions associated with the proposal. The route of the cable has been designed to avoid tree roots and is supported by a detailed arboricultural assessment and tree protection plan. Routing down the access track ensures that the only ground disturbed is a shallow section of existing made ground beneath the existing tarmac, well away from any root protection zones of trees to either side of the road. Whilst there will be no encroachment from the track into the surrounding grass verges, as an extra precaution, protective fencing will run down both sides of the track to ensure this is the case. As an existing route used by the applicant and Forestry England, the principle of HGV movements along this track is already established, and the minimal temporary additional movements associated with the proposed works will not intensify this use to any detrimental level. The only deviation from this road route is towards the western extent, where the cable route runs alongside the track for a section. This section is in the region of 100 metres outside of the ancient woodland, and this minor deviation is only proposed to avoid the unlikely presence of roots beneath the track emanating from trees on the opposite side of the track. In summary, the proposals will have no negative environmental impact and will enable the cessation of flaring from the neighbouring site whilst providing a significant quantity of electricity to the grid. All plant associated with the generation of electricity at the neighbouring site is already consented. Thank you for your time, and we trust that you can support the recommendation of your officers. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. So, members. Janet.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I don't know that I've got a lot to say. We all know the site. I would have thought, my innocence probably, that you know, this was a good move to get the electricity from this site that's been there a long time. I can see there will be disruption. You can't do anything without a bit of disruption, can you? But they seem to be saying, and I think the officers have talked about this, that it will all be put back as it is now, and we won't know it's there. So I can't really see what the problem is with this one, Chairman.
Thank you. Andrew.
In the description, there was reference to 2 megawatts would be exported to the grid down at the A2 down the main road, but that there was potential for 5 megawatts of output from the gases which are currently vented. In para 5.4 of our report, it does mention that flaring or venting of gases will still be required at times, even with the proposed changes. Do I therefore think that that extra 3 megawatts of potential power is the flaring that's currently being referred to? In other words, what is proposed, there isn't sufficient capacity currently in the grid. And there was reference by one of the speakers to the need for a further line to be installed to take away. What I'm therefore thinking is that there's also been reference to the fact that there's several applications are being made, or there's several issues which are linked to this, and we're getting them one by one, which might be something we ought to take into consideration, or at least have regard to and know about, because I'm worried that we're still going to see the flaring that we've got there most of the time.
Would you like to comment, Sam?
Thank you. So if it's okay, I'll start with the one-by-one matter. I think that's kind of at the root of some of the concerns here. As I set out in the report, the applicant came in for generators and the scheme as a whole to generate electricity from waste gases for export to the national grid. That was considered. However, as I've said, the applicant intended for that to be delivered, the cables to be delivered by a statutory undertaker. A screening opinion for an EIA was conducted at that time, which took into consideration that there would be a need for cables. However, the cables didn't form part of that consent. All we're seeing now is an alternative method of delivering those cables. The applicant could still go ahead if they wished and deliver this with permitted development rights. They'd need a statutory undertaker to do so. I understand the reason they've come in privately is financial and for timeframes. They were under some pressure from Natural England to resolve flaring. So hopefully that's okay and that satisfies that. If not, come back to me. In regards to the generators, the consent gives for 2.2 kilowatt generators. So there's a total capacity of 4.4 kilowatts available to be output. In regards to where it says there may still be some flaring, that's purely operational as I understand it. So in the event that generators weren't operating or couldn't operate, you would still need to handle those waste gases and you'd still need to be able to flare. If you were to turn generators on or off, you still need to be able to flare. So there would still be times when flaring would be required. However, the use of the generators, which I just want to emphasise are a separate permission and have already been considered and approved, they would allow to utilise that waste gas. You did mention in regard to capacity for the national grid. That's not something that we've considered here. I understand that that needs to be, you operate on the assumption that the other operators will operate in accordance with regulations. I think is that okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Paul?
Well, excuse me. Clearly, there are certain limits set by this application and what it's for and what it's about. But I think many of the concerns raised, particularly by the speakers, go way beyond that and beyond our role as local planning authority. But I'm concerned that this electricity generation was established, it seems to be in 2010 and 2016. I mean, a long time ago. And we're now in, 15 or so, 10 years on, 15 years on, depending on which one is operational. And we're only getting round to this, and apparently we've heard that the permission ends or the license ends in 2031. So it does seem an extraordinary situation with some very worrying issues that have been raised environmentally that I would hope that we as a national park can understand more about beyond our role as a local planning authority. But I don't think we have any reason not to support this application.
Thank you. Alan?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, it seems to me that whatever one thinks about the oil industry or the fact that there's a permitted oil field at Singleton, or the fact that this has taken a long time to come forward, as my colleague Paul Bevan was just mentioning, it is, in its modest to middling way, an improvement on the situation. It is obviously, I would think, better that some reasonable or large proportion of the gas which would otherwise be simply flared off to carbon dioxide at the site gets used to generate electricity which can be used within the national grid. So whatever one thinks about anything else, I'm totally persuaded that the way the operation is proposed down the middle of that track and so forth is not meaningfully harmful to ancient woodland in a way that warrants refusal. I can't see, as I say, whatever one thinks about the oil industry or the fact that there is a permitted oil field, I can't see that this proposal is for the worst, and it must be for the better, even if there is some, and it would inevitably be lesser amount of flaring which would still take place when this amount of electricity is generated. So I can't actually see any planning reason why we might object to this, as I say, regardless of whatever one's other views might be.
Thank you. Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One of the speakers referred to the issue of fire brigade access. Does the site actually have its own independent firefighting capability, or if not, will a fire engine be placed there, the other side of the blockage for the duration of the works, or is the risk being taken that for a period of time it will not be possible to access the site in the event of an explosion or something similar?
Sam?
So, I'm not aware they have a private means for firefighting task force. They rely on local services. In regards to your comment about what they would do during the day when the road was closed, I'm not entirely sure, if I'm honest. It's not something that we have covered. Is it okay to come to you, Tim? Sorry.
I think given that they're doing this in a staged approach along there, if there was any issues as far as that was concerned, they'd have to stop work and allow, obviously, the fire brigade to have access through there. So, given that it's a staged approach, I think it could be managed. But we have to be careful as well in terms of where we stray outside of our responsibilities as far as the fire brigade are concerned and the fire service. But I'm sure it would be managed accordingly.
Am I correct in thinking that they're not actually closing the road at any point in time? They're simply closing sections of it with access round the sections that are closed?
So they would be closing the road in sections.
In sections.
So during the day there'd be limited access down the road.
Not completely.
Not
right.
completely.
Okay. So there'll be a way around it, yes. Well, I don't know.
So no, there wouldn't be a way around it. It would close in sections, linear. So there will be no way around it. To say that the site's fire risk isn't pertinent to this particular application.
Okay.
I understand the comments we're making about vehicular access, but the site is regulated by the EA and by health and safety, and that isn't part of this application.
No, indeed. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, if we've come to the end of our deliberations, can I have a proposer and a seconder for the proposal, please? Janet, thank you. And a seconder? Thank you, Antonia. And a show of hands, please, for this recommendation. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. So the next application, I'm sorry?
Get Stephen.
Yes, we need to get Stephen back.
Daniel's going, isn't he?
Oh, Daniel's going out, aren't you? Yes, they can swap over. One in and one out. Right. Agenda item 12. Demolition of garages and erection of 4 affordable dwellings to rent at the Lynchetts, Lewis. Hello, Kelly.
Hello, Chair. Hello, members. So I'm just going to set a bit of a wider context for the application you're considering today. So we've actually currently got 7 applications to redevelop various garage courts on the Landport and Morling estates in Lewis. And those are highlighted in yellow and pink. The one in pink is on the agenda today. 5 of those garage sites are actually allocated for redevelopment in the Lewis neighbourhood plan. And hopefully you can just about see the sites numbered 1 to 5. And you've got 1 application before you today. And that's the Lynchetts, because the other 2 applications were withdrawn from the agenda. And also, again, to set the context, for all of the sites and all the schemes we're currently considering, it's proposed to do a modular construction for the development. So members are aware, obviously the modules are built off-site and then transported to site, assembled on-site and then clad. The cladding materials will differ on some of the sites, and obviously I'll take you through the Lynchetts one in a minute, but just wanted to highlight, by going down this construction method, all of the sites and the scheme in front of you today would meet the policy requirements of SD 48. So, moving on to the site itself, just before I get into the presentation, just draw members' attention to the update sheet. The county archaeologist has now withdrawn their objection because further information has been submitted, and therefore you've got a slightly revised condition 23 in the update sheet for that reason. So, the site is obviously known as the Lynchetts. It's Garage Court. It's east of Morling Hill and sits just above the A26. And as I've already said, it's allocated through the Lewis neighbourhood plan. It's actually allocated for 6 dwellings, and I'll come on to that in a minute. And it sits immediately adjacent to the designated local green space. And again, that green space was designated through the neighbourhood plan. So the proposal is actually to demolish all 20 garages on site. And actually, as the application was originally submitted, it was actually for 5 dwellings. But that included development on the designated green space, and as members know, that we couldn't support that. So the revised scheme is actually for 4 3-bedroomed family dwellings, and all 4 would be offered as affordable housing. And then in terms of the cladding materials for this site, it's proposed for brick slips and cladding panels. The red and brown plain concrete tiles on the ceiling, on the roof rather, with integrated PV panels, and the windows and doors are recycled UPVC. So, in terms of some of the issues to consider, obviously I've already highlighted that it's an allocated site. But through this application and the various other constraints on the site, officers are now satisfied that 4 dwellings is an appropriate form of development for this site. The proposal now sits more comfortably within the site, and as you can see by the images, it sits comfortably in the street scene, it fronts the highway, it's a continuation of the built form. Whilst the proposed dwellings are taller, and that's partly due to the modular construction and obviously the pitch of the roofs for the PV panels, this is considered acceptable. You can see the existing number 17 lynchets in the image. Obviously, the new proposed dwellings do look significantly higher, but I should point out that number 17 actually sits on lower ground as well, so there is a significant level change across the site, and members would have seen that on site. So, given all of these issues, officers are satisfied that we have an acceptable solution. It doesn't give rise to any issues of overlooking, nor would it be overbearing in nature. And obviously, it's 4 3-bedroomed, family-sized, affordable homes, and this has been given significant weight in the determination. Members will see in the report, we've had a number of third-party concerns raised. Partly because obviously the loss of the garages, but this was covered in the allocation in the neighbourhood plan. So all 20 garages are to be demolished. It's been established that 5 of those garages are only actually currently let. So therefore, and supported by the local highway authority, we consider this would unlikely to give rise to any adverse impacts on neighbourhood amenity. I just wanted to also highlight, hopefully members will see in this area here, this is the reason for the additional recommendation in your report about the stopping up order, because actually the adopted highway currently includes part of the forecourt to the garages. So of course that needs to be stopped up to be able to be incorporated into private gardens. But another significant benefit of the scheme is the applicant is proposing to create a more formal footway pavement to the edge of the site. Obviously, third parties and neighbours have also raised concerns about the loss of off-road parking because people informally park in the garage court area, and also the loss of turning facilities, because what happens at the moment, this is the existing cul-de-sac of Lynchets, people informally park at this end where this is the formal turning head, hammerhead for the cul-de-sac. So people use the parking court to turn. Obviously, we appreciate these are concerns for the local residents, and it was considered as part of the neighbourhood plan, and obviously the site eventually became allocated. The current turning facilities that take place on the garage court is informal, and there is a dedicated turning space at the end of the cul-de-sac. So it's officers' view that this is a matter for the local highways to address. The local highways don't actually object to the proposal. They're satisfied that on the balance of concerns raised, officers are satisfied on balance that the concerns raised don't outweigh the benefits of the provision of affordable homes. So, in summary, obviously, it's an allocated site. It responds to all the specific criteria in the Lewis Neighbourhood Plan. The provision is for 100% affordable housing. And as I said, the loss of the parking and the turning facilities is outweighed by those benefits, and obviously all the conditions are set out in the report. So the recommendation before members is to grant planning permission subject to a section 106 to secure the affordable homes, and unfortunately they, obviously given the site's constraints, they need to purchase off-site credits for biodiversity net gain. And also the recommendation is to grant permission subject to the conditions set out in the report, subject to the slight amendment to condition 23 in the update sheet. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Kelly. We have no public speakers for this item, so members, it's straight to you. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you. Andrew.
I support it subject to one issue. Under normal circumstances, and it does say this, we wouldn't be happy with UPVC windows. But we've said in this case we're happy because we are recycling these UPVC windows. Well, I have looked up recycling UPVC windows, and whereas it is something which is quite feasible, I say feasible, it is not necessarily the best long-term solution, because like all UPVC windows, they deteriorate in time. And obviously there's no guarantee that these UPVC windows will have been extracted from where they were previously used and put back in a way which doesn't damage them further. And of course, the seal of the units is everything. This was something I was going to mention, of course, with the two other sites, and which have been withdrawn. And one assumes that the inclination might be to use lots and lots of second-hand UPVC windows, wondering where on earth they come from. And also, are they all going to look the same? In other words, if you look at the front of the building, are you going to get a match? Therefore, I wondered if the officers had had any similar qualms in considering this. Recycling, good, but recycling under these circumstances might not be quite so good.
Let's ask the officers.
Apologies, Andrew, if it's not clear in the report. They're new windows. They're made of recycled materials. So 75% of the material is recycled to create the UPVC units. So I apologise if that's not clear enough.
Windows and doors are proposed to be recycled UPVC units, which gives the impression that they have been used elsewhere.
Yes,
and not the case.
Oh, and so I've just realised, and in 7.19 it talks about the 75% recycled material. So I apologise if that wasn't clear enough.
Paul?
Could I just ask a little bit more information about the landscaping of around each unit? Because it looked quite, hard landscaping. It didn't look a lot of planting there. Can you say something about that?
Yes, that is right, Paul. Because it's a existing garage compound site, yes, it is. The proposal is quite hard landscape driven with patios rather than green space per se. There is small elements of green space, but yes, the amenity space of the houses are sort of more patio courtyard type development.
Thank you. Any more?
That yes, it is quite an urban location, so I'm not troubled by that. And now that my colleague Andrew Jackson's worries about random old plastic windows being put in the house, now that problem has been sorted.
Good.
I will add, in common with Debbie Kearney-Ford, that I think this is a good scheme and I entirely support it.
In that case, can we have a proposer and a seconder, please, for this development? Thank you. And seconded, Alan. And a vote for that recommendation, please, showing in favour. Thank you very much. That is unanimously carried. So we move now to agenda item 15. Yes, we need Daniel back. Which is the local plan review report. So we have a double act now. We have Amy first, who is talking about the responses to the consultation.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. Yes, so I will start this short presentation on this item, giving you an overview of the Regulation 18 consultation feedback. As members are aware, this was the first formal consultation on the local plan review, which took place between the 20th of January and the 17th of March at the beginning of the year. And Appendix 1 of this item sets out the consultation report, and that goes into the detail of what we did in terms of the consultation, all the promotion that we did, how we contacted people, the events, and really we had a good response rate. So over 1,000 people did attend the consultation events. Several of those were joint events with the Partnership Management Plan. And even more people engaged with the online materials. Over 10,000 people did have a look at the online platform. And we're really pleased with the response rate. So almost five-fold increase compared to the response rate to previous local plan consultation. That consisted of 3,900 individual comments from just under 2,000 different individuals and organisations. And all of that feedback is now available to view for anyone to see on the Commonplace website. The consultation report, so Appendix 1, then goes into the detail about that feedback and gives an overview of who fed back in terms of the different stakeholder groups, and also the sentiment, so how much people agreed or disagreed with the different elements of the plan. And members will recall that we went through this at a recent local plan workshop on the 12th of June, giving you the headlines of that feedback. And broadly, there was support for our nature policies, our policies on climate action and the core policies, and then more divided views around the housing policies. We also got a lot of feedback on the sites, unsurprisingly, but I think it's really positive that every site we got feedback, both from statutory consultees and from members of the public. And again, the consultation report provides the detail of that and summaries, one-page summaries that set out the key themes that were raised in that feedback, and also specific points from specific stakeholders, such as parish and town councils. And then the final thing I was just going to say was that as part of the consultation, there was the opportunity for landowners, promoters to put forward sites, so 28 additional sites for us to consider, as well as 38 sites that we have previously considered that have been promoted for us to have a look at again. And I'll pass on to Kate to take you through the update to the timetable.
Thank you.
Thank you. So up next now is a proposal to amend the local development scheme, the timetable for the local plan review. So members will be familiar with this as well. We talked about it at the member workshop in June. And the explanation for this is set out in the report and in Appendix 2, the revised local development scheme. So it's proposed to make an adjustment to the timetable, a shift in the key milestones by about 3 months to later in 2025-26. And there are four main reasons for that. Some of those touched on already by Amy. So the high rate of consultation responses we've had, which has been excellent. We need to now work on those responses and spend our time reviewing those and making amendments accordingly. We also need to look at the additional sites that were submitted to us, make sure we robustly look at those. We also had, and we continue to have, some planning reform uncertainty that is a factor in the local plan review going on at the moment. So one really good example of that is the upcoming national development management policies that we're expecting, hopefully, later this year. And it'll be really important that we review those and take those into account if we can, if our timetable allows it. And in addition, there's some further work going on with the local planning authorities that neighbour us on housing need calculations and how that works between them and ourselves, and also discussions going on with our fellow national parks about housing needs, and we need to make sure we have time to undertake that work. And so, yes, as mentioned, that results in this slight 3-month delay just to accommodate that additional work. It will help us to have that necessary time to do the work, to help us to be in the best possible position for a sound plan when we are ready to submit. It'll be really useful to inform the future spatial development strategies that are emerging. It also gives us a bit more of a window to take into account the Partnership Management Plan review process, which we, of course, really want to make sure those documents align really well. Critically, the changes in the timetable are set out on this slide and in the report, still mean that we're submitting before the end of 2026, which is kind of the ultimate deadline for us. It's really critical to make sure that we submit the plan under the current planning system. We must really avoid any delay beyond that, because that puts us into even more uncertainty under a new system. So that deadline's a hard stop for us. We must meet it. In addition, the additional time gives members more of an opportunity to provide a steer to us on some quite substantial information and changes that we might be looking at as we head towards Reg 19. And it also allows officers some time to talk with affected parish councils about potential changes to proposed allocations as well. So that brings us on to the recommendations set out on the slide here. Firstly, to receive and consider the summary of feedback received through the Regulation 18 consultation on the local plan set out in Appendix 1, and approve the revised local development scheme set out in Appendix 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members? Debbie?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm obviously being very, very stupid this afternoon. Maybe it's the heat. I'm looking at Appendix 2, Agenda Item 15, Appendix 2, Appendix A. You've got 2024-2025 and then quarters 1 to 4. So is this like halfway through 2024 through to halfway through 2025? Where are these quarters aligning to, please?
Thank you. So yes, so quarter 1 starts in April. So that's the year that it is exactly that. Yes.
Yes. Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just on the slide before, just out of interest, why is one particular set of changes 4 months out? I think it's the next round of consultation is 4 months later than the current plan, whereas everything else is 3. I'm assuming there's a logic to that, but I'm interested to know why.
Yes, that is to take into account the elections in May. So whilst we would be looking to go to Planning Committee and then NPA in March, we won't be able to go out for consultation until after that May election. So it's just a tweak to take that into account.
Alan?
Looking through all these reports on responses to consultation, one always has an eye out for whether there's something lurking within there that's of particular significance. And my eye has lighted upon page 54 of the document, page 290 of our bundle, which is about County Hall Lewes. And in the middle of the page, under key themes, we see that 2 key themes, which might be a bit inconsistent with each other, are summarized as having been raised. And what is it, about the 5th or 6th? The 6th one, isn't it? The 6th one is reuse versus demolition of existing structures. But immediately following it, and in no sense inferior to it, is heritage, townscale, and townscape and visual impact. I just hope that that's not creeping forward within our local plan process in any way that's going to suggest that for eco-type reasons we are rowing back on the desirability of remedying the damage inflicted to the historic town of Lewes by the County Council in erecting that awful County Hall building. Because even if there are cases where reuse of existing buildings is justified and a good idea, that's not one.
Would you like an answer to your question?
I'd like to suggest strongly that we pursue the line that if we do anything else in Lewes, we need to get rid of that building and replace it by something appropriate.
We'll just allow the officers to have a comment.
To the best town in the national park.
But yeah, I know the point you're making, and it's definitely noted. But yeah, and these are certainly not ordered in list of priority, and they're the issues that the public have raised. So it's, obviously there is the discussion and debate about that, but obviously we'll be setting the policy framework to respond.
It's clearly up for debate. Okay, if we've no other comments, could I have a proposer and a seconder, please, for this recommendation? Thank you, Daniel and Paul, and a show of hands to support it. Thank you, that's unanimous. We'll move on to agenda item 16, which is the planning reforms update. And Claire Tester will be taking us through this report. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. You've had a long day. So I promise not to keep you with this one, if I can even make the thing work. There we go. Right. Okay, so this is becoming virtually a report every committee at the moment because of the fast pace of planning reform, and we are expecting more to come. But this is where we've got to so far. So we had a whole bunch of consultations came through at the end of May, which were all around government's commitment to speeding up, simplifying the planning system, to deliver economic growth, particularly 1.5 million homes, and significantly really to try and make it a bit easier, particularly for small, medium-sized builders. And the thinking behind that is that we've got a very heavy reliance at the moment on the Big 11, the sort of volume house builders, who are currently delivering around 40% of the total houses in this country. And they don't have any reason really to increase supply because the downside of increasing supply is decreasing house prices, which clearly they don't want to do. So in terms of government's ambition around increasing supply, they're focusing on holding those bigger developers to account for delivery, but also supporting small, medium-sized builders and other sectors and providers as well to try and build that 60% side of the market and make that side grow. So that's the thinking behind these consultations. In terms of what they comprise of, we've got, as I say, several, some of which have already passed their deadlines. So you've got two categories in your reports. You've got the ones in Appendix 1, which are the ones that we've already had to respond to because their deadlines were earlier this week. And that includes introducing new categories of residential development. So rather than just having minor and major in terms of categories, the proposal now is to have a very, very small, i.e. single dwellings, and a kind of middling category of between 10 to 49 homes. And the thinking behind that is that part of the issue is, or part of the feedback that they've got from the industry, is that applying the sort of measures that you would want for 10 homes to a single home isn't proportionate, and similarly applying the sort of measures that you would require for thousands of homes isn't appropriate if you're only proposing 15. So part of their approach is to have more categories so that they can be more focused in what they require from each one. And then specifically, the second consultation is around bringing in what they've called a build-out reporting framework, which is all about applying those levers to those bigger developments to actually, be accountable for their speed of delivery, including penalties for those that are considered to be unreasonably slow. The first of those consultations does have a knock-on impact on all of the others, but in itself isn't that significant. But yes, we've dealt in the consultation responses with what we think are the main implications for us, and I'll come on to that in a moment. The second one really doesn't apply much to us because we probably only get a handful of developments over 50 units. So whereas many local authorities are worried about the implications in terms of the administration of that framework, that's probably not going to have a huge impact on us. In terms of the other consultations, we've got a Reforming Planning Committee's consultation. Again, that only has limited impact on us because the only part that applies to National Park is the required training for planning members. And then we've got a couple of biggies on biodiversity net gain. So one around potentially removing or relaxing BNG requirements for smaller developments and making brownfield development easier to implement. And then another one around BNG for NSIPs, nationally significant infrastructure projects, which the main message is they're not going to bring that in as quickly as they said they would. So it was initially this April, actually, then it was put back to May next year to give a bit more time to bring that in. So I've just run, rather than going through each consultation individually, because they are so interlinked, I've just run through here on this slide the main messages that we've tried to give through all of our responses. And the top one there really is reminding government that we are a special case in the sense of the type of applications that we deal with. Very few of those will be in excess of 50 homes. And actually for most national parks, very few will be in excess of 10 as well. So, you know, we're an unusual national park, but as a family, we're not your average local planning authority. And that means perhaps they should be treating us a little bit differently. There's also what we've tried to pull out is the impact of some of these proposals on our abilities to use the planning system to actually deliver some of our purposes. Nature recovery is the biggest one in terms of if BNG is taken out of scope of some of those smaller applications. We have also tried to be positive about things that government aren't proposing to change, and the main reasoning for that is because we might have other respondees to these consultations who are pushing for more burdens to be lifted, shall we say. And the key one for national parks is our flexibility at the moment to require affordable housing from sites of 10 or less, or 9 or less, which other local plan authorities aren't allowed to do. So we've made sure that we've included in our responses supporting the retention of that ability, because that is very important for national parks, because that's one of our key priorities. We've also tried to stress the impact of the proposals on the viability and market confidence of habitat banks. Again, that's an area that as a national park we've got a particular expertise and knowledge of and have done a lot of work on. And 80% of the sort of income or applicants that use those habitat banks are small developments who can't provide for that on site. So if you take those out, then that's going to have a significant impact on those habitat banks. Conversely, some of the policies or some of the proposals in the consultations are positive for habitat banks in that we've had long-running conversations in this room about whether it's better to have BNG on-site or off-site. And at the moment, there is a penalty for going off-site in terms of the amount of units that you have to provide. And the proposal is to remove that penalty. So you can still provide on-site, but you're not penalised for doing it off-site. And I think part of the discussion around this table has been, well, if you want to do the best thing for nature, actually you do it on a big strategic scale rather than lots and lots of little bits of nature all across the piece. We've also supported the proposal to be a bit more flexible around the replacement of what's called open mosaic habitats. Those of you who went on site to Southern Grey Pit might recall looking at one of those habitats because they're very characteristic of some of our disused quarries. It's a point in succession, if you like, of those quarries regenerating, which comes out very well scored on the BNG metric, which means it's quite difficult to replace if you want to build on some of that site. So again, the proposal is not to let them off the hook entirely, but to give some more flexibility about, well, instead of replacing that with open mosaic habitat, you could replace it with another highly distinctive habitat, such as chalk grassland. And then lastly, and this was Tim's intervention, is rather than just answering the questions, is to try and get across the message that actually we are helping small, medium-sized builders already. And that's what we've been doing through our green finance scheme. We haven't just been supporting nature recovery, we've been supporting delivery, not just within the park, but actually around the park as well. And that's, you will see your update sheet, we've added a covering part into our response on BNG, just to emphasise what we've been doing, and the 3,000 homes that we've helped deliver through that scheme. So that's it from me.
Thank you, Claire. Members. Antonia.
Yes, thank you, Claire, and very much support your analysis and responses to the consultations. I just wanted to raise something on one of the live consultations, which is the reform of planning committees, and in particular question 5, question 15. No objections to, the call for wider training of planning committee members, but there is something where I think we, as a national park, a very unusual and different kind of planning authority, need to put our foot down. And that's the proposal that the number of people on planning committees should be limited to 11. National Park is vast, obviously, 100 miles from one end to the other, huge variety of geographies and a huge variety of local characteristics. Now, of course, local members, I'm not one of them, I'm one of the national members, are there to, not just to be ambassadors from their local area, but to talk about the park in general. However, we do need their local knowledge. We also need some of the special knowledge of ecology or farming or heritage, all those kinds of types of expertise, I think, need to be represented on the planning committee of a national park that is a very large, pretty large national park, and a very busy planning authority with a lot of applications. So I think we should put our foot down about the proposal to limit the number of people on the committee to 11 and say that we should be exempt from that limit. So I wonder if people would support that. I think there's a 13 maximum, so I think we should be asking to be exempt, keep it at 13 and be exempt from the requirement that planning committees should only be 8 to 11 people, because I just don't think that will be enough to reflect all the different kinds of expertise that you need on a very special planning committee like this one.
Claire has a comment to make, I can see.
Yes, that doesn't apply to us. Is a comment. Yeah. So the number of the restriction on the number of committee members excludes national parks for exactly the reasons you've just set out.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Janet.
Yes, Antonia sort of woke me up, Chairman.
Can't hear you, Janet.
Oh, sorry. Antonia sort of woke me up, Chairman, when she started talking about numbers. And obviously I've heard what Claire's had to say. We haven't got a limit. And we just all need to be aware that there's this wonderful thing called devolution coming along. And I beg your pardon, it's because my computer's in the way, Chairman.
Yes.
And with that coming along, I'm going to be very interested to see how they will plan to actually get the members on this committee. Not for now, Chairman, but I just flag it up as...
Aren't we all? Absolutely, absolutely. Any more questions? I just had one comment on page 253 at the top. Talks about, at present, the multiplier penalises off-site provision that takes place outside the national park because it's based on local planning authority area. Given we've just given permission to this sang inside the park, on behalf, when we know what's driven it is effectively outside the park. How does that line up?
So this is about really where you've got a development within the park, and it's to try and stop them providing the BNG outside of the park. So it's almost the opposite way round to the example. So it's a position that we've taken with our TAN to say that we don't agree with that, largely around our purpose, our first purpose in terms of conserving and enhancing wildlife within the national park. If you're creating a situation where you're actually reducing biodiversity on a site within the park and you're replacing it outside, then you're looking at a net decrease within the park. Yeah. So that's why we're sticking to our guns on that, even though what's proposed could possibly water that down.
Okay, thank you. Any more? Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. I've never really been a fan of the small site metric, to be fair. It doesn't really have the ability to deliver meaningful BNG as per the legislation, and it throws up some really odd, quirky anomalies when you start looking into the detail. I think that the caveats around the small sites metric, whether you have highly significant habitat on site, level 6 and above or wherever it might be, I think that's a reasonable point to keep in if they are going to keep that, because it's not so much about the size of the development, it's more about the location and what's already existing there. You can have a very large impact on a very small space if you've got particularly valuable habitat. What I am concerned about is the protected species assessment removal, and that's a significant watering down, and the argument for it, as I understand it, is because there's no requirement to be competent to deliver a small site's BNG metric, the people doing that assessment might be able to recognise that there's protected species. Well, that's a real dumbing down of the requirements. I mean, protected species are what habitat is for quite often. So are we making comment on that point specifically? And I've got another point to make.
Yes, so we have objected to that proposal. There's perhaps a wider question around whether we accept the existing situation where you can do small sites a metric, or the whole point of them is that you don't have to be an ecologist to do them, and therefore that's a burden that's taken away from the developer. We've not challenged the existing situation. We've said don't take it any further, but that there is perhaps an argument to say we should also say it doesn't work at the moment either, and it shouldn't do that. So that there is two arguments. I think it's kind of pick the battles that you've got a chance of winning. So it's been a strategic approach rather than what many of people in this organisation feel isn't very satisfactory now.
Okay.
Yeah, and the second point was around the shift to medium-sized developments being exempted. Big issues with that. Up to 50 properties can take up a significant amount of space, so I'm assuming we're being quite politely robust on that point.
Good, thank you.
If I could add to that, the NPE, National Parks England, are also putting their response. So we're doing our response here now and getting your thoughts. All the other authorities are doing the same, and we're submitting, as far as we can, a joint position in due course. And one of the things that we're all united on is exactly that point, that taking out the new medium sites, if I can call it that, from BNG would be a wrong thing to do, particularly in national parks where you'd expect nature to be not only there but improving.
Thank you. In which case, may I have a proposer and a seconder, please, for the recommendations in front of us? Thank you, Paul and Stephen. And a show of hands to support that. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda item 17. clearly. So, welcome Robert Campbell. Please take us through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. You have the report in front of you. The enforcement team is working well. We've done a few things that we haven't done for a while. We've served a breach of condition notice recently. We've also about to serve a hedge replacement notice and a tree replacement notice. These are things that haven't been done for a while, so that's always good. And we're very pleased with the output that we've had and the investigations that we've done. And equally, we're very pleased that we got a very successful prosecution against somebody for failing to comply with an enforcement notice. The report's there. If you've got any questions, then I'm happy to answer them.
Janet.
Well, for my education... Oh, God, sorry. It's blinking computers, Chairman. Just for my education, really, are these enforcements that we carry out or that other organisations carry out for us? And I obviously have a special reason parochially with Lurgashaw in mind. But hey-ho, I just wondered what the situation was.
Yes, we carry out the enforcements and the investigations, and where the host authority has the sort of the difference where they take on everything in the planning, then the Blind Lane is, of course, a classic example of that.
Thank you. Rob.
Yes, I would just add that when there are high-profile sites, like the one at Lurgashaw, that naturally our link officer, Nat Belderson, keeps us in close contact with the officers in the host authority, and obviously our enforcement officers will offer support and advice as well in those sort of circumstances.
Thank you. Anybody else? Stephen?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to thank you, really. I mean, it's not. You very often don't see enforcement taking place in the way that we often think it could or should be used as a committee, and I see this outside the park as well as inside. People are often quite rightly sceptical and nervous about development in their area, but if that permission is granted, one of the things that really fills up an inbox as a local councillor is when conditions have been imposed and they're not being complied with, and there's limited ability to enforce them, it seems. So, I mean, thank you for trying to do the best you can within the constraints that we have. So no question, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul.
I'm right in thinking this is just about the areas where we don't have host authorities. You know, you call them recovered areas. I've never come across that before, excuse me. But I'm interested in the areas where we have host authorities. I'm in Lewis, and I get inundated with comments about enforcement in Lewis. So is there a way that you pull together the stats or comparisons for all those areas as well?
Yes, we can do that. We haven't presented those figures in that detail, but it is something that our technical team probably could do. But Nat would be the best person to talk to regarding that, I think. But it could be done.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, and it is work that we do, as we said, as part of the host authority arrangements and the relationships between the link officer, myself as the officer responsible for the host authorities as well. So maybe not reported in this paper, but it is the data that we do handle.
I think it would be, I don't know if other members agree, but I think it would be really useful to see the full picture with our performance compared to theirs.
Yep, go ahead.
Chair, thank you. And I'm thinking aloud to a degree here, but it was only last 2 weeks ago that we had a full report on planning performance at the Policy and Resources Committee, because that's where you have collectively decided the reporting on planning should go as part of wider reporting. And Rob gave a presentation and some PowerPoints and answered some questions, including around enforcement, where we reported all the enforcement stats. I'm just wondering whether we should in future make sure that that presentation and information comes before you. Not to replicate, otherwise that would just get messy and time consuming, but at least as a point of information, because there the data is exactly as you are asking for. It's all the enforcement cases. Just while I'm on this point, one thing that came up from that committee, which we need to take forward, and I've already spoken to the team, is I think it was Steve Ridgeon, but one of the members said, great that we've got the overarching enforcement view, but can we next time have how long cases typically take? We know some might take years and some might take weeks, but it just gives an idea of the time frames involved. So we'll make sure we try and do that as well.
Thank you. I think that'd be very useful. Thank you, Tim. Andrew?
Yes, I'd agree that would be useful, but also noting that P&R have got that information. So if we're really keen, we attend the P&R meeting. But that said, one thing the report, it's a fairly short report, and obviously it gives overall figures. What it doesn't tend to say is the trend is this way, we are getting on top of it, or we are slipping behind. And whilst that is, in this reference, only to ourselves, it would also be useful to know how the other authorities are doing, because at the end of the day, they're doing it for the National Trust, National Park, they're doing it on behalf of us. And that would be useful. And I know this, and also slightly allied to this, but I brought it up, Tim, is the document that was produced in, I think it was 2014, which is the enforcement, the document that what's the name of the wretched thing? Guide, yes. Should it not be, 11 years on, should it not be reconsidered, at least put in front of us or the relevant body to say, yes, it is still fit for purpose? And we have debate as and if necessary.
Rob?
I'm sorry.
Yes, Tim did alert me to that fact as well, and it's something that I've started turning my mind to. I've had an initial look at the enforcement guide, and a lot of it still holds quite true in that it's more about where there are references to the MPPF and various other things like that we need to update accordingly. But also I think it's good to refresh and review, and I think just looking at it myself, I think it's important when you look at the enforcement guide, what it doesn't tell you is that story that a big percentage of enforcement investigations end up as being no breach. Whilst people might think there's a planning breach, there actually isn't, and I think that's sounded out by the figures that you have there. So yes, certainly worth a review. I thought it was 2018, but I'd need to have a look at that. But yes, it's in hand to sort of be a work stream for us.
Thank you, Rob. Andrew?
I was just going to come back and say that as a parish council, we are encouraged to look at all our guidance documents annually, to review them all annually. Most of the time it is tick, but it says in the box at the end, reviewed 2025.
But we're not a parish council. Can we have Alan?
Can I, in view of the way the discussion's moved on, I don't want to take a lot of time on this, but something that arose at the most recent parish council meeting I was at about an enforcement case which Chichester were handling for ourselves, quite a significant one, because it was an enforcement notice that was going to require the removal of a building that had been put up and used in an unlawful way. It was an animal-related farm building built too close to housing, which went to appeal, and the appeal appeared to be considered about a couple of years ago, but there is no decision or anything out of the inspectorate. And from some inquiries, they happened to be our Chichester District Councillor present at this meeting, I was getting the impression that the planning inspectorate, who, when I was in practice, used to be not too bad, if I can put it like that, dealing with enforcement in other cases reasonably promptly, is proving hopeless these days in terms of the speed with which it turns around the work and gets decisions out. Is that in fact something? So it's that general question rather than the particular case I'm asking about. Are we having trouble with the inspectorate taking absolutely ages to come back with decisions?
I think Rob's about to give us a definitive on that.
Yes.
You might say that, but I possibly couldn't comment. I think it's fair to say that there's a number of, we actually had a recent notification that they're looking to further sort of streamline the appeals process, but we've known as members, as we've reported to you, that more recently Tithe Barn at Falmer was sort of somewhat enforcement related and listed building related, and that took us a couple of years to get an appeal site visit for that. So there are examples where it has taken a long time. Conversely, we've had where it's non-enforcement related and it's relating to inquiries where it's on a fast-track process and you get a decision quicker than you might do for an enforcement written representations appeal. So it does vary. So I think it's fair in saying that the inspectorate have a number of areas where they need to sort of be focusing their efforts in terms of speed.
Okay, I think we've put that to bed, haven't we? Can we have a proposer and a seconder, please, for this? Andrew, Janet, thank you very much. And a show of hands to support that recommendation. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda item 18. Kelly again.
Hello again, members, and hopefully this will be really, really short. So you've got the appeal summary report in front of you. Key headlines, obviously for the financial year 24-25, it was really good. 84% of our appeals were dismissed. For the first 3 months of 25-26, I'm afraid it's not such a great story. We're currently at 54% of dismissed. In terms of trends and issues, you actually all preempted me with your speech a few minutes ago, Alan, because I was going to highlight, yes, we have had some long-standing enforcement appeals finally decided, Tithe Barn being the perfect example where the appeal was actually submitted in 2022 and we finally had a decision in the last few months, and that was dismissed and the enforcement notice was upheld. And you'll see that there are a couple of other long-standing enforcement appeals in the summary. And the other thing I just wanted to highlight, there isn't really any trends or issues to highlight to members in particular with the appeals this time round, other than you could say there's been some inconsistencies from PINs over decisions around the A3 corridor. And you would have seen we had 2 quite substantial applications. One was allowed and one was dismissed. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Congratulations then. Things are going really well. Any comments? Andrew wants to comment.
Yes, it is the allowed one on the A3. Are our policies, we're looking again, obviously, at the local plan. In the light of the outcome of that appeal, are there policies which should be tightened? But also, whilst we haven't got the information about the appeals, we haven't got the printout that we've had previously, so we can look at pertinent details. I do know that that appeal, a very important organisation didn't turn up to the hearing, which of course was the Highway Authority, and did their absence make any difference to the outcome? And no doubt that if they had their heft there, it might have made a difference. I don't know. I obviously wasn't at the appeal. I don't know how close a thing it was, but we assumed it was so close that we were going to win it quite well. But of course we didn't, and I'm just wondering if the Highways Authority, that is East of Hampshire County Council, attendance would have made a difference.
Who knows?
This is the one. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. In answer to your first bit in terms of potentially looking at policies, I think when it comes to the A3 corridor, I think, and I'm speaking frankly, we as officers have got some work to do to explain to PINs why those sites were designated in the first place, because you would have seen there's some issue around, partly because it's on the edge of the park, and that's often referred to in inspectors' reports, that somehow diminishes the quality of the landscape. So I think there is a bit of work for us as officers to do when we do appeal statements about the designation. In terms of the point with the Highway Authority, ultimately, Andrew, no, I don't think that would have... It was disappointing that they weren't in attendance, but it, again, the way the inspector summarised his decision, I don't think it would have made a difference.
Do you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Andrew. It was a really interesting question you've posed to us, and it's almost a challenge to all of us in relation to the local plan review, and that is how far does one modify the policies that weren't successful at appeal to try and win the next appeal, versus actually taking into account, and for those of you who were there at the workshop where I outlined the thrust of the government policies that you've just discussed and the way things are going, how far we adjust our policies to be in line with an inspector's decision. That, of course, relies on the fact that we can recognise a trend, and in the old days you'd get a series of, and I can see Becky nodding, you'd get a series of appeal decisions that sort of lined up in a particular way, and you thought, might have to adjust our policy, because whatever the policy is, that's the thrust. The difficulty we have, which is why I think it was a good question, but it's why I'm throwing the challenge out there, is how far do we see what trends there are, and therefore whether we sort of go with it, as it were, or whether actually they're just ad hoc decisions and we need to learn in the way Kelly outlined and strengthen our decisions in certain areas. And that's the discussion I suspect you'll be having in the next few months and at the extra workshop in relation to our planning policies and the local plan review.
Right. Thank you, Tim. Andrew?
That said, I believe that the fact that our appeal rate has fallen very badly is common to a lot of planning authorities, isn't it? Is pins taking, has pins been got at? Has pins been told that they've got to be a little bit more lenient with the appellants?
Yes, I would say the trend this year is our trend for appeals is consistent with appeal rates across England in terms of, yes, Andrew, yeah, the PINs are following government policy.
There we are then. We can't be surprised by that, can we? No. Daniel?
Can I just ask a question on one very specific one in appeal that caught my eye, which was land at Whispers, where it was an enforcement notice for erecting a dwelling house without permission, but that got quashed. And under what circumstances, if somebody's built a dwelling house without permission, can they end up being allowed to keep it?
That was actually technicality. The inspector concluded it wasn't actually a dwelling house because it didn't have all the facilities.
Can we draw this to a conclusion, ladies and gentlemen? A proposer and a seconder, please, for this recommendation. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. And a show of hands to support, please. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, everybody. That concludes this meeting for this month. It's been a long day. Thank you for your diligence and determination. And we'll see you all in September.
Oh, gosh, yes.
We get the month off.